Should I start?
You're good. I do feel bad, like rewarding only one person like all the time too, because I know the other ones don't want to do it. And I'm just like, oh well. So like we'll just have someone recap from then on.
And other ways to do inspiration or something.
You know what
So-
the fucking shit is?
What's up?
Like, after that session, I was like, I should really type this up
Yeah.
before I forget it. And then immediately my fucking headache came back, and I just was incapacitated for the day.
I'm
I
sorry.
went- I'll do it when I can do things again.
And then it just keeps getting put off.
I-
I feel that, dude.
No, it wasn't even put off past that. It was as soon as I went and I sat down and I have a Google Doc ready to take notes that I haven't used in fucking forever. And it was just gone. Everything about the session was gone.
Well,
You just hallucinated typing. You missed all the keys. I just find it funny that me and Pinky both have the same problem of we just wait too long. Raph, most of the time you don't allow Raph to do it, and then you just are like, Hatter, you do it, and Hatter's like, oh fuck, I don't remember anything.
I'm trying to like get, and I know he has like his whole thing going on, but I want people to like remember what's going on so that they don't have to feel so lost when we start, you know. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's just I feel like there's gonna be times whenever we hit to a puzzle where you guys get split off from each other or something happens, and there's just gonna be no helping you at that point.
Speaking of, we are live, and I believe Aahana was going to recap this time.
Please do, Aahana.
So, we had just, well, they had just finished their week of school. And we decided to go down to the niche market, send a letter to the dwarven woman, because we decided not going over there at 3 in the morning was probably the best idea. We had some noodles, and then we made our way back up. Wilk had a experience, and then after he went home, the rest of us, Aahana, Oswald, Aelin, and Fenris, all went and we watched 4 movies. We spent 8 hours watching movies.
Yeah, you did.
And made our way back. And then, you know,
No
we all fell...
regrets.
No regrets. Poor Oswald probably has to have all his teeth removed if Vulture can have teeth. But we went to bed for the night. We got up in the morning. Wilk smelled awful, so we all went and take a bath. A lot of discussions were had. Aahana attempted to talk to Zach. That went one way or another. She's not exactly sure. After we all finished with our baths, we talked it out. We decided getting an elf envoy was better than just a letter. So we all went and got provisions. Aahana eventually left everyone to go spend time with Sapphire and then help bring all the mounts to the other stable. And then we headed out. Aahana and Oswald, or was it Aahana and Wilk? Somebody else is decided to start learning Elvish from Aelin.
I think both of you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it actually might have been all 3 of us.
What do you
No,
mean,
Oswald already knows Elvish, and was just like, because I remember what happened.
Oh, he was helping. He was helping. That's it.
Not really helping. I used my helping as an excuse of why he rolled low. I said it was like you were trying to learn, like, Polish and Swedish, but we were teaching you some other language.
And so I believe Aahana and Wilk now know really simple Elven. We made our way through the entire passage to the West Gate. It was a very intense moment for everyone, except Aahana, because she just really doesn't care. We waited for the gate to open. We ran along the wall. We had to deal with some trees. Aahana is with another group of people in charge of Aelin. Isn't that nice?
Yay.
We traveled through the forest for a while, made camp, and it was a very active night that involved more vine panthers, a flying cat thing that tried to set everything on fire. I don't think it was on purpose, though. And honestly, I don't know if something else happened, because by that point, I was tired of that night.
It was just the flaming flying cat part 2.
believe we had some issues with the tents, but we'll figure that out. We not really any of us have experience with tents, putting them up and whatnot. Well, I do, but whatever.
It's not my fault the instructions were written in Undercommon.
Which is very random for the dwarves. I wouldn't expect that.
Flip the instruction booklet around to where it's written in common.
Is Undercommon just upside down common?
No. It's like how instructions are randomly in French. It's like, this product was made in Spain. It's in English and French.
He didn't look any further than the first page. So, I believe we're at the point where we have gotten camp all back up together and we are about to head out.
No, you guys were actually making camp for the night, but close enough.
Yeah, the second camp for my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, can I say the things you forgot?
What's up?
On our way, we encountered a grandfather tree. A giant tree, and we had to move it out of the way. And I wanted to tell it a story to move it out of the way, but it just went, oh shit, you got important stuff to do. Let me move out of your way, fam.
Uh-huh.
It did. Trying to pick up modern lingo.
Apparently, fam is now a thing, and
He said
Emerald.
I don't know.
He said
This is like this is the 4.5th wall or something like that. I don't know. By the way, before we start, I just have to say I think I just saw two Amazon trucks mating outside my door, because they were parked with both of their rears to each other with the doors open, and then when they closed, I saw an Amazon employee holding like one of those small motorized toy vehicles.
The
I
miracle
think I
of
just
life.
witnessed the miracle of Amazon birth. Thank you, Jeff Bezos, our Lord and Savior, I suppose.
That's where drones come from.
Jesus Christ.
Drones come from
Lord.
Amazon shipping containers. They hatch by the thousands like flying spiders.
They don't have to take bathroom breaks. Alright, I believe we are setting up camp. Also, I remember that I think Aelin had something stolen from him, from the courts.
His mask.
His mask, yep.
Aw.
You don't have to go through all the details. It's supposed to be a recap. So
Yeah,
people
It's just a
watch the
recap.
previous
I was just
episode.
Yeah,
remembering
you're
that.
fine. You did fine.
Rude.
This is why we can't have nice things.
I guess I didn't say it then because too much shit was happening. I guess I should check through my stuff. Make sure I'll do that tonight.
If everyone's checking their things, no one else is anything missing.
Oh, alright.
What did Aelin do wrong?
Aelin was targeted.
Hell, you're the only one that would have had a serious problem with it.
This is true.
Alright,
They're
we can all
just
take
flying
care.
middle schoolers.
Let's set up the tents again, get the drakes, make sure they're taken care of. I think we marked off rations for the day already. We did that in the morning.
Yeah, we did that in the morning.
I'm gonna look
So what are
through
you
my
doing
stuff.
to wake up or to make it? Okay. What are you doing to get ready anyway?
Well, I think Fenris and Aelin will be doing tents again.
Ahana's just gonna
looking-
take one of the tents. Set
Feel
it
free
up
to
and
mark off the
just
3x3
there.
square where you want.
Okay, I can do that myself. Sweet.
Yeah, you guys passed once, so that means it's going to be pretty easy the next couple times. You're good. You just need to make that first roll.
This is where it should hopefully be. What do I roll for it again?
You don't need to roll anything. You figured out how to make the tents.
Okay, no, I
Your
make
goal-
that first roll, and now I don't need to. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Sorry. Can you tell I'm not working with all cylinders?
Mhm. But that's fine. Drawing takes a lot out of you.
I'll say,
There we go.
I'll say I gained a pound and ate the rest of my ice cream.
Only one?
Do you feel any better though?
Yes, I leave half a tube of aspirin as my offering. Drugs to the forest folk.
For all of you, your great pleasure. Remember that it is cold and you guys are doing your best, but there is now a weather system. Who wants to roll a D8?
I can do it.
Sorry.
Glad I have fire silk now.
Oh, we
Gas
didn't do the
bird might as well
we
cause
didn't
a
do the
disaster.
D50 or whatever for the
Yeah,
question.
we didn't do the D100. We'll do that over the break. Fuck it.
Okay.
As you guys start to make camp and the sun sets and it gets dark and you guys light the
Oh, I was going to ask
fire.
if we had any leftover firewood, but I guess we do.
As you guys light the fire and warmth sort of washes over you, a cool breeze sort of passes through and it makes you re-shudder. The tents rustle and a light snow begins to fall.
Oh,
Oh, that's nice.
Wrap self in fire silk cloak harder.
Aelin's just gonna stare at the sky as though he's going to curse every god in existence.
I like how you and Fenris did the exact same thing, Aahana.
I didn't mean to.
how much snow is falling? How
Right
fast
now,
will
it
it gather?
seems to be a light dusting. If you would like to make me a nature check, we can see if you can figure out if this is going to be a problem.
Oh, I don't care about that. I want to make a snowball and throw it at Aelin.
Maybe the morning.
Okay.
You're like, maybe.
Alright.
What the fuck are you doing, honey?
Is my offering to the courts of the Equinox drugs.
You're going to give him a couple of pills?
I'm gonna give him the leftover bottle.
Looks
of
more
aspirin.
like a mushroom. that he wrote the
Leftover?
word
There's like
aspirin on.
fucking 40 pills in there. You ate however many you ate.
Alright, I'll leave him a few pills then.
How many pills?
Like 10.
And just that? That's the only offering?
Yeah.
Okay.
Re-adds aspirin. Adds count of 30.
Wilk, what are you doing?
Since apparently the mounts only tents is not a thing anymore because Wilk has decided not to.
I mean,
Hana's
he had to squeeze.
gonna squeeze in here with Frost, and someone's Drake can go with them.
Ah, you stole my sleeping spot, you bitch.
Right now, Pinky, the two black drakes are staring at you.
You should be used to this. She was cuddling
Because
with all
one of them is right here next to you, and the other one's over here on the opposite end, and they both were staring at each other and growling, and now they're both looking at you.
Hello.
Aelin, I'm leaving an offering. If you do it, you'd be less likely to get things stolen from you.
Hey, you did say something about that, didn't you?
The bigger, slightly purple one is trying to push you out of the tent.
You guys accepted it back when I used to cuddle with y'all on the mountain.
The pushing intensifies.
What are you leaving, Aelin?
You
Aelin
hear
will
a
put down
pleased
4
murr.
silvered arrows.
Silvered arrows? No, that's a bad idea. Don't do that.
As he's getting to walk away, like,
Not silver. Silver's bad for them. Really bad.
well, they did steal me mask. But alright. You'll swap out the silvered arrows for 5 just regular old boring arrows.
You might remember back in the main city. You saw those canals and stuff. Canals, whatever the common term is for it. It was
Hey.
absolutely filled with silver dust, Aelin. It was practically blue. Just
Oh, that's
keep them
right.
out.
And all the dead grass. I remember now.
Explicitly.
Yeah, people tend to mix silver into the soil when they don't want the quartz around. I think, I remember talking to a human one time. They said that the things from your world are like that with steel, or what do the fairies not like where you're from?
Iron, I think.
Getting stabbed,
How would
mainly.
you know that? But yeah, iron, as well as.
Oh, I
Alright,
don't
well.
have the talisman of the mouse anymore.
Oh, you don't? Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
we
just
used
used
it.
it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still have it. It's just it was a lifeless thing before, but now you can tell that it no longer is gonna do shit. There's a big old crack down the middle.
It's cool, though.
Broken.
If you want to keep your shit, that's the offering section over there.
Oh.
Damn it, you're ruining my fun of stealing slowly from people.
Well, Wilk's realizing, oh, they probably left an offering in the woods, and I left a offering at camp that they didn't really like. So that means that they took something from Aelin, so obviously that means I need to give more things out. Or at least make sure everyone knows to give something out.
If they take something this time, I'm gonna hunt them down. I love me arrows.
The paper that is in Oswald's sketchbook, it's actual paper, right? Not, like hide paper. What was that stuff? Parchment?
It's parchment. It's normal paper.
Okay, so it is like, Oswald is going to attempt to make a little origami crown out of a piece of paper.
Sleight of hand. What'd you roll?
6.
Fun. You try. I mean, to you it kind of looks like it, but it's mostly just a crumpled up piece of paper that's kind of in the vague shape.
Would you like a hand, buddy?
Yes.
Alright, pass it here, I'll give it a go.
I hand him another piece of paper and I crumple up the one I had.
Fenris is going to leave a greatsword.
A great sword?
Yeah.
What?
Fenris is carrying 3 greatswords right now.
What the
One
fuck
blessed
is
by
wrong
fate.
with you?
One that's silvered, so that's a no-go. And a normal one.
What kind of hoarder are you?
Just casually carrying 3 gigantic fucking weapons.
Well, you see,
One
he
of
goes,
them
I
got
should
confiscated at the entrance to Emelroth City. So he went in and he bought a silvered one. And
Jesus.
then he got his other one as they were leaving, and then he was allowed to return with it being held. So
why
he
do I
has
just
3
imagine
great swords.
him being like, I really need to find that great sword, and then he just hears ting 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 from his shoulder. Rhea looks at him, opens her mouth, and just the handle starts coming out of her mouth.
I rolled a nature check to see if I can tell how hard it's going to pour snow.
What did you roll?
12.
It could go either way at the moment. The wind does seem to be picking up, so you're a little worried.
You can tell it's snowing.
Did a 20
No, it's
make a
just
nice
no.
crown?
Yeah, 20 makes a nice little paper crown.
Sweet Burger King crown. Done.
Fucking weirdos. Is anyone else doing anything before the night starts?
I'll take first watch.
I do. Before it starts, I want to ask a kind of a meta question. You still haven't finished the stats for the further evolutions of the Eldronga, have you?
No, but I really wish you would have brought this up
No, that's fine. I'm not gonna evolve them then.
mid-game.
I hadn't had a
Please
chance.
poke me this week.
Okay.
I have a lot of things I am in the middle of doing, and so I need people to like come to me if they need me to do things.
That's fine. For now, they're gonna just be chilling in the tent with my spider.
Alright, buddy, I'll take second watch.
I'll take whatever.
I'll take
Watch.
third.
And Fenris gets last. Aahana looks like you get to sleep.
Sorry, what
Alrighty.
watch am I taking?
Third, last. You're taking
Last watch.
I
Sounds
mean-
good.
I guess she's gonna mend the talisman and put that as her offering.
Okay.
Ew.
It's not magical
Fancy.
anymore, but you know.
You take a. It was never magical to begin with, but you take a level in shaman.
Okay, we're eating like kings.
She
Well,
is a
shit, yeah.
stubborn, one direction kind of person. She's sticking Valkyrie.
Lufa has
Fuck
made
yeah.
like stuffed mushroom caps,
Fucking delicious. Gives one to Susie.
Nice.
as well as a normal soup and shit. Like basically like a gravy broth with some meat in it. And she's going to, seeing people put stuff over there, put a plate of like 5 stuffed mushroom caps next to all the offerings. But she's just like, fuck it. Do what they do.
All right. So those of you on first watch, roll me your perception.
I got Lusan's help with this. 20.
Natural 20?
No, soft 20.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Roll me a d20.
14.
Your watch seems to pass peacefully enough, though as you are sitting there, you do start to notice the snow is getting heavier and it's starting to pile up a bit. The fire is struggling.
Looking at Lufa. You don't suffer too much in the weather, do you? Questioningly.
Shaking head.
He nods, like, sure he knows, because he knows everything about them now, I guess. But he's asking her personally. And, he'll get up, shake the fucking snow off of his fire silk cloak. Wrap himself a bit. Ugh. Before his watch fully ends, he's gonna make sure the drakes are doing okay with their cloaks and stuff on. They snoozing soundly.
They seem to be. They're all kind of curled up on each other in a big old pile with the frost salamander on top.
Naturally. Go in. Have Lusan join me, and Susie. Aelin.
Just looks up from his book.
Yeah, looks like you're done trancing. Good. The weather's starting to pick up. Stay warm out there, it's your watch. Oswald's after you.
Alright. He's gonna leave Lila asleep, just kind of tuck her into the quilt.
Don't let the entrance get blocked off into the tent.
Not a problem. As he makes his way out, he will just start, like, kicking snow to the side. Try and make somewhat of a trail.
You do your best.
You do notice that the fire is still being a struggle as well.
Leaning over, blowing on it. Man.
Well, considering that the wind is blowing, it's not helping much to blow on it.
An attempt was made.
True.
Lupa still backs up in case the fire suddenly whooshes up for some reason.
Hard to keep that thing sheltered.
17 perception.
You also are just sort of looking around. The snow is making it more difficult, and as the time goes on, it gets stronger. The snow is hissing as it's like blowing into the fire, and eventually the fire does seem to go down.
Ah, shite. And he has nothing he can put in there.
Scribble,
Well.
scribble, scribble, scribble. You need fire back?
Hey, that'd be good, darling. Just go ahead and do your thing.
Scribble, 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 scribble. Can go get wood. Not good with fire.
Hey, I should have thought about that. Alright, just be careful.
Fuck, the token's
Thumbs
not
up.
even emitting light? Fuck. I thought it was.
Lupa's just gonna wander off to the edge and try and find some wood.
I mean, there's wood all around. Not too many fallen branches or anything like that. You'd have to, like, grab things or get bark or something. But even then,
Yeah.
everything's pretty cold and starting to freeze over.
There's not even any low branches, are there? These are just like
No, these are the
sheer
giant trees. You guys are in the heart of the forest.
Are there any bushes or anything?
I mean, there's growth all over the place, but it's, like I said, it's cold and all of this. All right, roll survival.
Yeah, she's just a kid being like, I'll go get firewood. 7.
She grabs a hold of some, dead, not dead, but sleeping bushes, branches, and tries to pull them. But one, the ice is slick, and she loses her grip and falls on her ass.
You alright there?
Falls out of the thing.
What the fuck is giving off light in the middle here?
There's something in the middle. Is one of us giving off light?
Why am I giving up light?
Me.
Susie does too. That's natural.
You're
It
giving
didn't
off
move
light,
at
mister.
all.
Yeah,
Now you
Oh,
just
am
have
I
sight.
giving off light? Yeah, just sight.
That's
never
just
mind.
your vision, yeah. Okay, weird. As long as there's nothing going on in the middle, we're good. So, I guess there will be no fire tonight. And as your watch continues on, it gets colder and colder. I need a con save.
Copy that.
Did you bring your blanket out with you?
No, I wrapped Lila in it.
Ah, yes. Con save, please.
8.
So, you would notice, mid attempt to stay warm and all that, that the elf who is shuddering sort of starts to slump over Lufa.
Strips off her fire silk padded stuff and starts putting it on him.
Aelin, it's so tired, cold.
Shaking.
Lifts his head to try and say thank you, but just kind of lulls.
Keep shaking him.
Is Lufa immune to cold damage?
She is resistant to cold.
Okay, she's okay for now.
And I don't know if she's immune to frozen or anything like that. Whatever. Does he just actually slump over and fall asleep?
He's asleep right now. And you can see his lips are turning blue.
Lufa
Yeah,
is
you
going to
hypothermia.
attempt to pick him up. I'm
mean,
assuming that's
he
going to be
can.
a strength save. Okay.
No, he's not that big.
But she is made of wicker.
And
He's-
he's not that big, and you are much taller and stronger than him.
As
Rush
everyone likes
him
to keep
in.
reminding me.
I can't.
I know, I'm
Drag
trying to
yourself
move.
over, mister.
There we go.
And just going over and is just shaking Oswald awake. Oh, that's not good. Did I roll a medicine to see if just being in here will be enough to help him, or?
Medicine check, yeah.
Where's medicine? There's... 26.
The 26, you know that he's not, like, turning black anywhere. He's just cold, and as you, like, sort of, like, get him back into the tent and shit, you see the color return to his lips.
Oh, he's okay. Just stay in here and keep an eye on him. Oswald is gonna, like, the blanket that is over Lila is big enough for both of them, right?
Yeah,
Or
Yeah,
not
I
at
it's
all.
a huge quilt.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
big enough for fucking Fenris, so yeah, they are both more than able to get
Basically
in there.
gonna pick up the edge of the blanket, put him in there, keep Lufa's clothes like wrapped around him, and put the thing down.
No.
So Lufa's now naked. So you are here now, mister.
You.
I'll go do watch.
You
as well.
roll the d20.
Okay. And if I have to take exhaustion to make up for his watch, I will.
Okay. Here we go. I already have a thing planned for this, though.
Don't like the sound of that.
As you're sitting there, Oswald, at the dead fire, are you in your quilt?
No, but I have my cold resistance on.
All right. The snow falls around you, and in the moonlight, it's kind of magical. If it weren't for the fact that ever so often the wind comes through and it turns into a mini blizzard, scattering snow everywhere, that it'd be a lot less almost scary.
Half the time he's just like leaning back with his arms. You know, like when you lean back and become like a tripod and look up, and then just wind blows.
Perception check.
Okay. I'm good at this, so I'm gonna roll bad. 12.
With a 12, it's a little too late before you notice that someone's sitting next to you.
To my right or my left?
To your right.
Looks to his right.
He's kind of just staring at you.
Hey,
Kind
that
of hunched
checks out.
over. He's, instead of just a bare chest this time, though, he's got like wolf furs draped across his shoulders.
he just says, hi. Elvin.
He just sort of like, there's a slow blink as his brow furrows. He leans in and is just. Elantheril isn't returned to normal. Why are you here?
We're here about a tertiary quest involved in that. We need to have a meeting with the leaders of the elves to talk about brokering peace with the dwarves.
When my scouts said a group of adventurers blessed by two of the creators was coming through, I thought they were fucking crazy, but here you all are.
Yep.
Changed, no less.
Oh, I think we have 3 blessed by the creators now.
Blessed by two creators.
Oh, blessed by 2 creators. I misheard you. I apologize.
Do I need to tie you all up this time?
No, we're good. Well, be ready on the elf. There's an outsider elf, and he's a little volatile.
He
But
slowly
he
gets to
does-
his feet, standing at his imposing 9 to 10 foot stature, and around him in the shadows around the campsite, you're starting to note that there are other glowing eyes sort of like circling around, like just sort of like you're surrounded and you didn't even notice. Wake them.
Entirely nonchalantly, the first set of eyes he locks eyes with, he just waves at.
Wake your friends, it's time to move.
Okay. Has grabbed a pot on his way out, gets spoon, clang, 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 clang.
Fucking damn it.
What?
The elves found us. It's time to go. They're taking us to Elantheril.
Better than
Oh.
being ball gagged for once.
Yeah, he asked if we needed to be tied up, and I said no.
I guess we gotta take down the tents.
From the outside, a deep sort of growling voice calls out, I only tied you up because one of you swung fists.
Leans head out. That's fair. Comes back.
I mean, if they show up out of nowhere in the middle of the night, I don't really blame whoever swung on them.
Who did
I
swing
wonder
them?
who that was.
This is our land, Snake Woman.
Looks away nonchalantly.
Was it you?
I have no idea what you're talking about. It was so long ago I forgot.
Oh, so it was Wilk. That's the face he makes when he's lying. Kool-Aid Man's through the tent.
I have cat in arms. It's hard to move thing. I'll step out. Let's get packed up. Get the drakes.
Yep.
Is Aelin waking up?
Aelin, you come to, you're like, you can feel that your core is like way too low. You have this whole like, you feel too warm on your skin, but you're inside, you're just so cold. You're like chilly, sort of like shuddering.
Kind of groggily get up, drag the blanket from Lila.
Lila's
There's a-
is fine, she doesn't get that cold.
There was a naked loofah hovering over you with like the flame in her eyes, like down to an ember of concern.
His hand just like loosely drags down her face like a pat. Looks up at the large elf.
Yeah.
Fuck is that?
That is
Oh,
our
look.
guide to Elantheril.
Since when did you get a new traveler? I've seen those sorts of elves before.
The gnome unfortunately died, and we all got kidnapped by fate.
A tragedy. That's one of the ones that attacked us.
This isn't gonna go
Truly.
well.
I mourn your loss.
Alright, everyone wake up. Clapping her hands.
The drakes all like fall over and start scrambling in panic. The whole tent gets destroyed almost. Like it doesn't rip or anything, but it gets demolished.
I was really hoping it was just gonna be. How many drakes do we have? We got like 4 or 5.
We have 4 drakes, 1 frost salamander.
I was hoping it was gonna be like, everyone wake up! 5 simultaneous Kool-Aid Mans through the tent.
Well, usually I feel like we just wait around until they wake up on their own, because they wake up with us. Oh, I'm fucking... Let me...
The 2 black drakes are looking very grumpy.
If you want to blame anyone, blame the elf. Doesn't clarify which elf she's talking about.
Oh yeah,
This is going
Scorn
to start.
against Aelin increases.
You may want to mount up. You'll need it to keep up.
Fenris is going to take down tent.
Sounds good.
Aelin will just whistle for his mount.
She's there, tired, but there.
Broke head. Put blanket over. Climb on top.
We do
I
have good
to
news for our
ask,
quest too.
do we
to be
leave
clear.
the offerings?
Yeah.
Yeah, leave him.
Okay.
So the large wolf-eared elf man with the tan skin slams his spear into the ground and cocks his head to the east. Follow us. And with that, his whole body seems to shift. It grows furry and black. And despite the fact that he was once a man, there is now a large, and I do mean dire wolf-sized black wolf standing before you. And with no other warning, he starts running. And you hear the sound of several other feet, like hundreds other feet around you also running.
Yep, let's start riding.
Follow after.
We follow.
Woo! In the dead of night. What a
Aelin just looks
smart
sick
elf
of all
he
this
is.
shit.
Cue
I am
everybody.
so glad. I am so fucking glad that Aelin failed that con check. Because I think we would have been tied up.
Yes, you would.
Only if he
moment
had
he
rolled
appeared.
low enough to actually have an encounter.
Cue everybody immediately fucking screaming, I have dark vision.
So do they.
Yeah.
So as you guys are running, doing your best to keep up with this sort of pack of wolves that are just sort of following this much larger black one with the golden eyes, you start seeing between the snowflakes and the almost blizzard-like conditions, a glowing sort of light in the distance between the trees. Where's my music bullshit? I'll find it eventually. We're gonna get it.
While she's looking for that, I'll raise a point I was going to raise before. With the whole being creative in combat thing, feel free to also creatively explain how you block or take damage.
Oh yeah, totally.
Right
Like
to the
if they-
face every time.
If she says, does a 12 hit, you say, I twist my shoulder and let it impact the armor, or something like that.
So between the trees, as you guys finally get into focus and into visibility, a large, and I do mean large, walking tree. And you guys met that one before. This one is even bigger.
Hey, there
You
he
see-
is!
Just to once more let you guys know.
Sorry. Oswald's
That did
reaction
pop
to
up, right?
everything,
Yes.
bigger, yeah. Oswald's reaction to everything, big or small, is, hi!
And while it has lights floating around it as it takes one long, large step after the other, more light swaying, the very top of it seems to be where most of the light is coming from. You can almost see the outline of something big and large glowing up there.
I can't remember. Has Aelin actually met Ellen
Oh
Tyrell
hell
before?
no.
No, but I do know where he's seen him. To Aahana and Aelin. Oh, that's the thing that Caldera was fighting in that movie.
Oh, that's the... Oh,
If you want a
All right.
size idea, if you look close enough, you can actually see people.
You can see people? Where?
So
Not really.
you can kind of see the tiny, tiny black marks on the railings if you really enlarge the picture.
Those are stairs.
Yeah, the top is a city. Like, that's not a small town, that's a city.
So, as you guys don't seem to slow down, the wolves are going right for this massive creature. And as you guys start to get closer, the creature seems to notice, and with the slowest turn ever, it's like this creature moves in slow motion and lives that way as well. He pauses, and you watch as he sort of straightens and turns and gets into a specific pose that, as you note, seems to align all of these various little lights that trail up his frame and up towards the body itself at the top. And with that, you guys come to a halt at the foot of him, You see the leader, one of the leaders of the elves, Lignus, shift back into his elven form, and then he leads the way walking up these very steep stairs. You all oblige.
Following.
Yeah, follow.
The elves stop you at the end, though. If you try to take your mounts up there, they state that they'll get them up there and they'll be well taken care of. Some of the other wolves are turning back into elves at the moment as well.
I'll dismount to follow.
Aahana pats
Yep.
Sapphire on the head. You be good.
Gives them all a little stroke. I'll see you soon.
So you all climb and climb and climb, and it takes fucking forever. You're tired. It's the middle of the fucking night. It's not a good time. Not only is it just fucking super tiring. It takes a solid hour to climb all of the stairs. You are all fit people. I'm not going to make you roll anything, but you are very tired. When you finally reach the top of the city itself, that is when you see Lignus waiting, and with that he leads you to an inn and states that you can get an audience in the morning. Until then, sleep.
Nods.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Anyone up for grabbing a drink?
We need to go to bed.
When they say sleep, you sleep.
More like it's also still... we really got our own sleep interrupted. I think we should be at our best.
It's about 2 in the morning, yeah.
We've got a lot of good news for them. I hope they'll be happy.
Eh. His head just starts lulling again.
Guess we all go to bed.
Sounds
Yep.
good. I'm trying to find my tavern music. Ah!
That's tavern music.
Yes.
That's what pops in your head, huh? Is that what they
Hey.
play over there in Britain land?
It's just what plays in my head on a constant loop.
Wow.
There used to be a monkey banging cymbals, but he died.
Too many monkeys.
By the way,
Too many
Hatter,
monkeys, not enough bananas.
during the week, I tried my hardest to make a stat block for Dagger Ears, the Elven slasher, and I realized I can't because I've not ever seen a slasher movie and don't know what the fuck they do.
Flash, that's about it.
No matter how slow they go, they always best the other person, and they stab them a lot.
But I was trying to think of like what would elves find, what would dwarves find scary about elves? So I was just like, what if he's just super fucking fast?
No, he is. They are fast, but they always walk at a slow pace.
They're
We're only ever
also
fast
sneaky.
off camera.
You really just need to make a rogue.
That is one of my favorite things about Friday the 13th from an outside was people like, Jason can teleport. No, he can't. What about this time where a woman is running away from him, trips and falls, and takes like 2 minutes to get up, and he was able to be on the other side of a van from then. He couldn't have ran that. Yes, he could.
It's exactly what he did.
How'd he get up the top of a staircase in like 8 seconds? He ran.
Magic.
To be
So
fair,
you-
that joke
ahead.
mainly comes from Michael Myers. Sorry.
No, you're fine. As you guys step into this very, very, like... So, allow me to explain a little bit more about how the city itself works. As... Oh my god.
It's your turn for the cat to hug you.
I guess that's what that grunt was.
Alright, so... The city top seems to be sort of a circular city, akin to Emleroth. Not on the same scale, much smaller, but still, it's much bigger than you expected up here. It seems to be grown, not carved, out of the wood of the top of this massive tree. And everything is made out of the wood itself, but this wood is not dead. It definitely has that feeling of life. If you've ever touched a tree and then like touched a piece of wood that was carved from that tree later on, there's a very different feel to it. And inside of this sort of like rustic, almost wooden, but also almost elegant style of wood, there's a very interesting bare-eared, tall-ass man inside.
Susie's
He
like,
looks like he was half asleep, and as the door opens, he jerks awake and he blinks and he's like, welcome? We don't often get non-elves in here.
Hi, we're diplomats.
Huh, okay.
right? We're the adventuring group that was given the Slayer contract to save the child.
Oh, that's you! I was wondering when I saw the two wolf kindred. Anyway, if that's the case, follow me. And with that, he picks up a ring of keys and starts moving past, like around from his little like area and up the nearby stairs.
Susie's just happy to be hanging around her uncle.
More stairs. Maybe we should have gotten kidnapped.
Lufa is just fucking awestruck, by the way. Big thing made of wood.
He leads you up a short flight of stairs into a long hallway. Kind of reminds you of the Minotaur's horn. He basically takes a key from his key ring, unlocks a door, and then hands it to one of you, and you guys get that room. So, in the end, every single one of you gets your own room. And, to be fair, as you step inside and see that there's a window, the window looks out over the forest. It's on the edge, it looks like, of the city, and it has a great view of the whole snow-swept, gigantic woods. In fact, you haven't even noticed, but you are moving from the looks of it, though apparently the steps of this ancient creature are so well, limited that it doesn't even feel like he's moving at all. So no worries of any sort of motion sickness here.
That's why it moves so slowly.
Maybe altitude sickness.
Like when you're trying to carry a glass that's like way too full and you're like, if I walk very slowly, I won't spill anything.
Someone
Inside
reads
is
the godly
very-
mind of Elthero, it's just fuck.
Inside the room is very homey and very solid. It's almost like cozy in a way. It has a weird sort of blue fire in the, I guess, next to the windows is a sort of like fireplace with a weird blue fire that seems to be sending no smoke, but it gives off a faint warmth. The bed itself seems to be growing out of the wall and is very solid looking with a it's oval in shape and seems to be just sort of piled with a very, very soft down-filled mattress, and then just the most softest luxurious blankets you can think of on top with a pile of pillows. Just sort of make your own comfort thing. And considering the elves are supposed to take off the different creature, create animal spirits, you think everyone's got their own kind of type, don't they? It's very diverse. Accepting. There's even a little recessed sort of sunken in bathtub if you really need it. But I'm guessing you all fall back asleep.
Oh yeah, we definitely just need to sleep.
Like a
Settle
brick.
in.
Lufa is sitting cross-legged in Oswald's room, staring at the blue fire.
Wilk has to repeatedly get Lusan to close any windows he opens to stop bapping at the snow falling.
Brother, eat assaults, Elthero.
We'll make sure we get up in time for class.
Yeah, all of you are still on the school timeline.
Alright, so you guys managed to get your long rest. No one gets any exhaustion. You might sleep in a little bit later than you would have wanted, but what wakes you the next morning is the smell of breakfast. And not any sort of noise. In fact, this is a very quiet and interesting city.
I'll head downstairs.
Smells good.
I'll get dressed and everything too, though.
You get dressed, head downstairs. Susie telling you that you should have groomed your fucking feathers. God damn it! How dare you? You gotta take care of yourself. But you see that there's a new person in the front. An elven woman with what looks to be sort of rabbit ears, and a very delicate sort of rounded heart-shaped face. She smiles at you as you come down and gestures to the back behind her and says that that's where breakfast is being served.
nod and thank her. Headed for food. We'll groom after eating.
Aahana slept in her armor, so she just gets up, smells the food, heads downstairs.
Same
Aelin will
with
just
you.
follow groggily.
And the same with you. You all get directed into the back, where there is what's up?
Sorry, go ahead.
Where there is quite a few long tables sort of set up with benches and a couple of different elves sort of just basically setting down platters of food and a few people just sort of eating. It's sort of a serve yourself sort of thing from whatever set down.
Pancakes.
There are pancakes, there is bacon, there is an assortment of different types of cooked eggs, there is sausage, there's basically everything you could probably think of.
Aelin just piles a plate of sausage and bacon, sits in the corner. It is way too much for one man to eat, but he will try.
You do get a couple of interesting looks, Aelin. These elves definitely don't often seem to see an elf in your pet caliber.
Curls his lips in a growl. My bacon.
Ahana's gonna make a breakfast sandwich using the pancakes as the bread. And it's just eggs, bacon, and gravy she finds, and syrup. And she goes and sits down next to Aelin.
Fenris is just grabbing pancakes.
By all means. Oswald, what about you?
Oswald is going to come down a little later than everyone else because, like, it was kind of a rush the last time he was here. He didn't get a chance to properly soak it in, so he's going to do something somewhat out of character and get up and meditate first before going down to bed.
Alright.
Focusing on his stone, because he feels like if anywhere is a spiritual place, it's fucking Ethereal. So I'm just going to roll wisdom for the hell of it. And not very good.
You gotta fight back that excitement. I mean, you are technically on a big ass creature.
He's like, you know, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed with his back to the fire, and then he keeps like wanting to look at the fire, like, but I need to figure out how it works. If it's the same thing as it, no, I have to meditate. But what if it's the same kind as with Lufa? No, I have to meditate. After like 10 minutes of that, he just gives up, pokes at the fire for a little bit, and then leaves. Does it seem to be the same kind of soul fire that comes out of Lufa?
You're not sure, but it does remind you of the different lamps they have in the city itself.
Lufa is still naked because Aelin never gave back her clothes, so he's going to bug Aelin for that later.
Aelin is toasty.
He'll come down and, I guess, be led.
Well, yeah, you'll be directed to where your friends are.
Does anyone give
And
any
well,
kind
if
of
it is.
side-eye to Lufa, or are they just like, oh, another thing?
They don't seem to care. Most of them seem to be interested in fucking Aelin.
Oh, I hope not.
No, they're not like coming up to you, but they're all looking.
Yeah, but we don't need we don't need him having to marry, like, 4 elves as well as 4 dwarves.
I'm not
So let's
sure
hope
if
none of
that's
them are
the
interested
vibe
in fucking
that-
him.
I don't know if that's the vibe you're getting, but they're definitely looking.
Each and every one of them is getting their own personalized death stare while he's chewing on his bacon.
I didn't know you could make so many.
Aelin,
There are definitely subtle whispers of, my god, he's so small, but he's vicious. Do you think it's compensating?
kind of looks to the others.
If anyone says that near Fenris, he just leans over to them and is just like, yes.
You are
Nurse is getting a
baptized
plate
by
thrown at
wooden
his head.
A
spoon.
chorus of chuckles.
Before you throw the plate, Lufa baps Fenris in the nose with a wooden spoon. She's decided to keep it on her because you two won't stop misbehaving.
Thank you, darling.
She looks at you, holds the spoon up with one hand, and with the other hand does the, like, I'm watching you thing.
Alright, sorry.
Relax, he's not unblessed, he's just a traveler.
Well, I mean, he's too small to be unblessed.
Ha!
From-
These people are all, even if they didn't have the animal fucking ears, they would remind you of Amazonians. They're gigantic. Like,
Feels
most
the
of them are taller
aneurysm
than Fenris,
growing in
for
his
fuck's
brain.
sake. The only
To
one that
us, it's
seemed to be
just elves.
small, or like smaller, was definitely that rabbit-eared woman that gestured, that told you to come back here. She was kind of like more on the average side, about the size of Wilk, actually. Which is, if that's average, what the fuck?
Is it not very common to meet a whole lot of elves outside? Like, do most of them stay in Elendil?
They stay in the forest at the very least.
Yeah, but we
I
lived in the
mean,
forest.
Unblessed elves you find everywhere. Blessed elves is very rare to see outside of Elendil.
Fair. So
And
Oswald
outside of
probably
like
met
the
like a
forest
handful.
specifically.
Well, Oswald just digs in.
It's a very tasty breakfast. Has a hint of like maple syrup and everything. Just got that extra sweetness. Eventually, though, the twins show up.
Ow.
The wolf
Two
twins.
white-haired fucking wolf elves sort of like bust in, and they start shouting, "Wait, they said Wilk was here!" And the other was like, "Where's Fenris?"
Fenris
fuck, man.
immediately stands up and holds his hands up.
They like run into the back, and they both give you like bear hugs, and then like your back cracks, and then they pass you to the other one so that they can hug you as well.
Yep.
That's good. to see.
Returning hugs. How are you guys doing?
Great, actually. The fighting's been great too. Just saying, like they just start to regale you with everything that's happened since then. Apparently, like apparently Lignus and Kia got into another massive fight that like shook the city, and he's now sleeping outside.
The doghouse.
And because of that, he's been actually being more active in the fight against the dwarves. But then they had heard that some people had entered the forest from the dwarven area, allowed basically, and they had to come check it out. And with that, they're now here.
Hey, I'm gonna
Yep.
let you in on
It
a little
was
secret.
it was a fun run.
Not gonna gossip by you, but I thought you'd get a good laugh out of it.
Huh?
I whispered to them like, technically I'm dwarven nobility now.
They just sort of both blink at you, and then they sort of like they rub their fucking chins and they stare at you and they go side to side and they're like, "You don't really look like a dwarf.
I know, it's hilarious.
Why'd you get adopted by that, not us?"
Really nice people, not what you'd think of dwarves. Kind of just mobile, reminded me a lot of the forest, but you know I was always obsessed with the deep ground.
He got adopted by the deep dwarves. They're the good ones, not the.
Ah.
You guys could always adopt Fenris. Just go just scarfing down.
They both look at Fenris. I don't know if I'm ready to have a kid, man.
Hey, I'll introduce you guys
It,
to the others.
It would be interesting.
You remember Oswald?
They
Hi,
wave.
this is Lufa. Lufa waves.
They wave again.
This is Luson. He's from my Slayer trial.
Oh, you got your own panther. That's great. You know Ellen makes all of those.
Yeah, we saw a decent amount of them on the war front.
You should really introduce him. I'm guessing he hasn't seen his quote-unquote papa since he left.
Probably not. And over here's Aahana.
They
Hello.
wave.
Aahana's Lamia of the Resistance. They're trying to, well, fix their people.
Well, yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be here otherwise. Plus, look at the wings.
Exactly, a Valkyrie. That's Aelin over there. He's a traveler.
My god, he's so tiny. He's not like so a traveler, right? And then they start like thinking, and then they're thinking, and they're thinking, and then they're like both stroking their jaw, they're both staring at you, Aelin. These are twins, like almost unmistakable from one another. They both have white hair, but they both have a blue and green eye, but on opposite sides of each other.
He was waving a piece of bacon, like as a hello, and as soon as I said small, he kind of stopped, left eye twitching a little.
They're gonna look to you now, Wilk. Is he a halfling?
Yeah, he's a halfling. Actually, he's half elf, half halfling.
No.
Really?
Once
he's a
again,
high
bonk for the
elf.
wooden spoon.
Ow.
No, the place where he's at, that's just their normal size. I think elves in general are.
Oh, he's an elf?
Yeah, he's an
From
elf. I
what
think in
world?
general in
What
their
the
world.
fuck?
What was it called? I think it said Farron or something.
Favored.
Yeah. Apparently they tend to be maybe a head shorter or taller than humans, depending on their subrace.
Fucking bro, I'm so sorry. You should have been born here. They look at you with concern and empathy.
That did bring an interesting question. Do you think is he close enough to a normal elf that he could be blessed by one? By a spirit?
They both think, and they're like, You know, when a Nolanthero finally passes the mantle, you should ask.
Yeah,
Absolutely not a chance. And save your pity for the weak.
but you could get like new abilities and be stronger.
I mean, you can't really get much weaker than that size, sir.
Anyway,
Oh, wow. Sounds
you
like a
guys can,
challenge.
you
They
guys
both
can,
grin at you.
you can fight on the
Careful,
way back.
Careful, Aelin, they'll take you up on it.
That's Lila. She's a former child of Doomful. She's very
They
nice.
wave.
That's me girl. Hey.
This is Rhea. This is Child Crack.
They both go. They both go starstruck and start doing little squee baby noises at it.
Over there, you'll see someone acting like a hummingbird to the syrup. That's Susie. Scheherazade.
Oh, we've seen her before. Don't worry.
Currently bathing in a trough of maple syrup, I'm assuming.
Anyway, now that the pleasantries are done, we've actually come here to take you to. You said you needed to talk to the leaders.
True.
Oh,
And here
yeah,
I was
yeah.
about to introduce the great Zach. I think he'll do
Look.
that on his own.
Look, they had a nice argument this morning because they're both technically the leaders, so you have to talk to both of them, and things are tense. Come on.
That's fine.
What
We got
Yeah,
good news.
yes.
Gonna ask them while we're walking. I think I understand Kiandra's stance on it, but the Lignus, does he want the war to end, or does he just kind of want to keep fighting dwarves?
They both sigh as they start walking out, hoping you are all coming with them because it's a long walk. And you see them scratch through the back of their big ass mane of hair. And they're like, it's complicated. It's not like he's doing this because he wants to keep fighting. The fighting's bad for our people. I mean, that's why the spirits are dying, for fuck's sake, and why more people are being born unblessed.
It's a quick
more along-
solution.
It's more along the lines of sitting around stagnating is also not healthy or helping, and inaction versus wanting to act too quickly is their butting heads. They're two opposites of the same coin, and it's very difficult for them both.
Well, it seems like a good system of governments, though. You don't want all the members of your government agreeing with each other, because then they'll just do nothing but, help themselves and not anyone else.
And she's the only one that can ever make him not go on a killing spree if something needs to be done. In fact, that's the only reason why you have the 5 years to try to get the child back before we finally destroy Emloroth.
Yeah, see, Aelin, I was saying I thought you might like Lignus.
I don't like anyone here.
If it was up to him, we'd already have the child back, but that would still cost way too many lives, and why Kiandra is against it.
Yeah, wouldn't really be good. There's
It
It
also-
would
good people
definitely
in
get it
Emloroth.
done, but it would be very bad for both us and the humans, but not bad for the nature. In fact, it would have probably saved a lot of the spirits of nature. At certain points, waiting too much is a big problem.
But at the same time, a head-on attack also puts Elenthil at risk.
Oh, we've done some thorough investigating. We don't think he's gonna suffer too much unless they have some sort of thing we're not aware of.
Well,
That's Silas's specialty.
yeah. I was gonna say
should-
something, but
Yeah, we
you
should
know.
probably save anything like that for when we actually meet with the leaders. No offense to you
Yes.
guys, we're just kind of, if we say the wrong thing, we might die. And I don't mean that you'll kill, I mean, just straight up, we'll just die spontaneously.
They just wave you off. They don't seem to care too much. It's not
Yeah.
my business, man. And as they lead you out into the city, you see that there's a nice layer of snow everywhere. All of the elves walking around, they're all talking quietly. In fact, it's very peaceful here. They're all bundled up. They all look nice and cozy and happy, and there's very few children running around, but as they do, they are quiet. They're not cheering. They're somber almost. There's a sense to this city. It's not just that it's peaceful, but it's also that it's stagnant. You can feel it in the air. They're waiting. There's held breaths. There is
yeah.
a long-lived people waiting to see what their future holds and if they even have one.
I feel like even if they weren't stagnating, it's like, oh, why are we fighting the dwarves? Why are we about to fight the humans? They kidnapped Jesus.
There's a lot of uncertainty in the air here. It's very. I'm not talking as the brothers by now. I'm narrating what you guys are feeling and seeing throughout this city.
Mhm.
And as you guys walk around and around in the city and moving towards the center, you start seeing the large statue. It's like a see-through blue cyanish color of owl, just wings flung open protectively in a circle. It's in this sort of centerpiece in this town, and you see a bunch of people working around it, clearing the snow, tending to the blue fire lanterns that are around it. And seated at the foot of it is Kiandra and Lignus. Allow me to show you a picture. While Lignus is about this, according to most people, the same age as Kiandra, Kiandra is far more bestial than he is. Her whole lower half now is hooved. And from what you can see under her skirts, it's furred as well. Unlike Lignus, who is still just a biped. Though he definitely has like the claws, fangs, and mane, as well as a tail. She also feels older than what she should be. And she, as you all are led to them, and the two brothers split off to like leave now that you're here, she smiles, gets to her feet, and like with her arms raised, welcomes you. It's been a long time.
I bow my head with a smile. We've got some good news.
Oh, that's good. Why don't you take a seat? She gestures to the sort of pew-like benches that sort of go in a semicircle around where this owl statue is. You can see its wings enveloping the area above this area. It's a very large statue.
I think I'll stand. I'll just hunker down a little bit.
As you wish.
Aelin does
see-
stay standing, but he's watching the people around them.
There is only, like, as you guys arrive, the people that were cleaning are leaving. It is now just you, Kiandra, and Lignus, who looks very frustrated. You can just see it on his face. He's not good at hiding his emotions.
I felt that in buddy. He actually says that, but completely out of context.
Ah, there is a new face among you. Condolences on the loss of your friend. Who is this now? She's gesturing to Aelin.
You'll give a little bow. Aelin Swiftblade, at your service.
A pleasure, Mr. Swiftblade.
I'm sure it is.
Now, we are maintaining for the moment, though some people are against it. The dwarves are continuing their assault. We do not wish to fight them into their city, so we wait for them to come to us, and they do. But what news do you bring? I have not heard any whispers of the child being released yet.
Well, we have direct confirmation of his presence in the tower in the center of Elmaroth City, and his being held by their current ruler. However, we've been working on finding ways in, which leads us to why we've shown up here. We believe we'd get easy access to the tower, be it with emissary influence or noble influence, by opening the gates of the dwarves. We've done good progress with that, but during our talks, we've learned that the dwarves themselves are not too into war. They don't necessarily want it, and some of them even want the gates open, leading to a bit of stagnance in the sense of they're following their king, and no one's really stepped forth to really push for this. With that said, they would definitely be open with peace. We thought it'd be better to come in person to speak of this, but they're only warring for resources. They're losing quite a bit themselves, it seems. We have a small fix with some of the resources, namely wood. We've contacted the deep dwarves, and that has given us a way to help. But I also know that that might help if we have your backing to confirm and acknowledge as proof that peace is an option and you're not going to push back the moment they stop.
You can hear a growl behind Kiandra, and with a burst, he stands up and he like points at you. We're the ones that offered peace in the first place. We allocated the land. They were just supposed to they were supposed to replant and give it time to regrow. But then they decided to push further. We gave them options. We sent letters. They ignored us and they attacked. This is not like we are the ones that are the problem here. He looks fucking livid.
And that's why I brought up that they seem to simply be following their king blindly. They were heavily divided, and now I think they're starting to come together. They have more influence themselves as a people rather than simply following the war machine and the propaganda. Knowing
Why
that
are
there's
you here, then?
options.
We would like to have a more official voice behind us saying that peace is an option, and an active one at that, rather than a voice from before the war started.
Keandra cocks her head at this. So you have an in to actually talk to the king? I didn't
Yep.
hear anything about that, and you haven't said anything about it till now.
I don't know why they didn't lead with that, but we did actually gather the seals of the houses, and Wilk actually now is considered adopted dwarven royalty, so he has every right at this point to speak with the king. But we wanted to make sure to get either a declaration of peace or even an emissary from the elves to come along with us for negotiations.
She closes her eyes for a moment, and a soft smile spreads across her lip. I believe I understand. If that's the case, I'd be more than willing to accompany you to show good faith that this could hopefully be resolved. And with that, immediately, fucking Lignus grabs her by the shoulder, spins her, is like, you are not going in there. They're going to kill you.
You can
And
come
then
too.
what's gonna happen to our people? You stay out of this. He shouts at you and stares at you, and then they go. They're now screaming at each other in Elvish. She's got a lot of softer screams. He's full on yelling, and she's just trying to calm him down. For those of you versed in Elvish, they are definitely just it's back and forth. They can't be trusted. They wouldn't talk to us before. They're just gonna kill you, and then all of this is for nothing. Fucking he's all Aelin Thiril will fucking march on the city. All of the sacrificing you did would be for nothing. And she's just we have to have a step. It's a step of faith. We have to. There's no other way. Any sort of envoy is just gonna be oh, too cowardly to go with yourself. It's really back and forth here. What are you guys doing while they're yelling at each other?
Aelin can't help but just chuckle a little.
I close my eyes
Fenris
thinking for a
just
moment.
leans over to Wilk. Mom and Dad are fighting again.
Any way we can convince them more?
I call
I
out,
don't know.
if I may.
With a sigh, they both turn to look at you. One of them is he is pacing, red in the face, everything.
Snow is falling. It's becoming winter. A time of loss, letting go, and making the hard decisions in order to survive. To your east, we have a chance to reclaim the city under not a ruler, but a parliament to grant peace and balance. To the north is where many of your forces are, and they are dying just as quickly as the dwarves. If there is a chance to bring balance here, is it not worth doing? We have greater threats that we have not even discussed, that we're trying to stop now.
Lignus thrusts both hands into his hair and sweeps it back, and he's just, I'm going with her.
I admit I wasn't expecting to be shepherding the rulers to the dwarves, but I think it would make a point.
At
Can
the
you
very least,
keep
I
your
feel like I
anger in
could.
check?
He's staring at you now. You can see him turning redder. You have no right to judge me, man.
Was a valid question, though.
I mean, all I've heard about you is apparently she's the only one stopping you from murdering a bunch of people.
And her
So-
in action is killing a multiple too. She pulls out a hand and rests it on his shoulder, and he visibly calm. If I may, those of you that are new here clearly are not aware of the full situation, and I ask that you hold judgment for things you did not fully understand.
I'm not judging, I'm honestly wondering.
Miss, and with this, her tone gets a little harder. Other people's words are not the reality. It is good to find out on your own, and for things you have no knowledge of, to avoid making judgments rashly.
Seems to me that either way you're going to lose a lot of people.
We
A quick
already
decision would be
have.
very good.
She looks a little upset at you now. And with that, now Lignus steps forward. We are acting. There is a balance here that has been maintained, and many have suffered for it.
You say you're acting. It looks like you're standing around debating.
He walks up to you, grabs you by the front of your shirt, lifts you up, and growls. And you are a fucking outsider who I could literally crush with my hand. How about you act like it? And he drops you.
Dust himself off. Alright, go ahead.
He's going to.
And I think Queandra will agree, we won't be going to do this with you. We will ask you all both to leave this city.
They mean nothing but well. I apologize on their behalf.
That may be, but if they're going to be questioning something they do not understand, they're already going to cause problems. Queandra steps forward.
I didn't
He
mean to
is-
insult you.
I asked you to be silence! She actually shouts, and you actually cannot talk anymore. You feel an oppression here now. You feel that this woman is more powerful than you actually realize. She sort of ebbs out this sort of like, you can feel it. There's this hidden sadness and rage that sort of like washes over you. And for a moment, it's not only can you not talk, but you don't want to. There is a sense here of, this is not your domain. And you have no right to say anything. And though that passes quickly and you slowly, quickly regain yourself, you are unable to talk. And she looks at you two with very sad, just eyes filled with loss. Neither of you understand, and I don't think any sort of talking will even reach you. So, we will go to the dwarves, not with your help. And I do ask you leave the city entirely. You can come back if Elanthril is restored.
If I may.
She looks to Fenris and a soft smile appears. She remembers you.
If I may impose, I would recommend that you take Wilk with you as a noble of the Dwarven courts, just to perhaps
Allow passage inwards.
allow passage, make it safer for you both. We would, while I don't think that anything would happen untowards you as diplomats of peace, Wilk being both associated with our cause and a nobleman himself, I think it would be an easy precaution to take that would cause no harm but could cause great good.
You see her taking a deep breath and a sad, just sort of pained expression passes over her features. I apologize. Give us some time to think this over before we fully banish you. I suggest that you school your new friends on what it is actually going on here. And perhaps remind them that we are the leaders of an entire race and deserve that sort of respect from people that don't have that sort of responsibility on their shoulders. And with that, she turns away and her and Lignus walk away. You are left alone underneath the statue of Owl.
I look to Aahana and Aelin.
Aahana, everyone you can talk to.
And I say simply, it's funny to notice how alike all the empires of this continent are, separated from the world themselves and at odds at each other. How easy it is.
They think responsibility affords them respect.
These are
Lufa
people.
is feebly beating Aelin with a spoon.
Well, I didn't realize asking if the screaming, stomping man could keep his anger in check would cause such an issue.
Well, he's kept it in check for millennia so far, even if his words are harsh.
I don't know who he is. I don't know how old he is. I have no idea what's been going on. Nice to know that I shouldn't judge, but I've been judged in 5 seconds. And Aahana just turns around and leaves.
Nobles are all the same. They think a pretty crown affords them anything at all in this world.
Aelin, look at it
Well-
this way. There is first a common courtesy. That is what everybody gets. Not respect immediately, sure. But these are people that have earned the respect of their entire species for millennia. Absolute millennia. I know that you and Aahana didn't know what you were walking into.
I gave her the
sorry.
courtesy of a bow.
Yes, but you certainly have been hostile your entire existence, haven't you? And you've even acknowledged it.
It's kept me
This is a
alive this
very
far.
thin thread we're walking on. We need to be careful about this.
You know, I'm not really built for politics. Now, war, battle, I can do that. I'm sure you
Then-
understand that.
Maybe we just don't speak to the politicians.
That's the thing. These people, they have to come to the accord themselves. We're simply there as almost arbiters,
Bodyguards.
a tie, simply to fill in blanks to allow this to actually happen. They're worlds apart.
He's just gonna kind of shrug.
If I could
What happens
say
to these
something-
people is
Oh,
none of my concern. But, hey, sorry, Oswald, go ahead.
And this is to you too, Aahana. I know you're
She's long
leaving,
gone.
but
Oh, she's gone.
I thought she'd be at least within shouting range.
No,
Did
you
she
guys were
No.
talking
run
for a
off?
while. She's gone.
She's been all the way back to the end. She does not care. She doesn't like nobles, and
Since she said that she left, it's been like 40 seconds, but okay. Oswald just says it is a lot of the fault on this falls on our shoulders because we didn't tell them anything at all about the nobles. We really need
Oswald,
to stop
Oswald,
doing that.
Oswald.
Hmm.
Above game, you know, as do the other kindred, there is no nobility in this city.
Okay.
The rulers are elected, and they stay in power if they're doing a good job. This
Yeah,
doesn't.
so let me
don't.
rephrase
They're
that.
not. Yeah, there is no nobility
Yeah,
here.
I know. Let me rephrase that. It is our fault for not telling them anything at all about any of
There you
the politics or the leadership of this city.
It's the reason they're called leaders and not king and queen.
For one, they are democratically elected by their people, so they are the ones that the people have chosen, so that is the respect that should be afforded to them. And they are currently on top of a god that is... I forget, is Elenthiel, like, reaching the end of his cycle?
He's dying currently.
They are on top of the dying god of their civilization, trying their best to peacefully get the child of the god back without massive casualties. So they're a little tense and high-stressed. Aelin, I understand, and I know this is coming from me, I'm not the smartest. I understand you have a whole Siengo make hair attitude about everything in your life, because you don't want anyone to be close to you and you want to make sure that you never get hurt. But if you keep doing this, you're going to cost the lives of thousands of people, including those that you care about. What few you care about. And don't lie and tell me you don't, because I know you do.
I wasn't going to say that. I was actually going to correct you. I care about quite a few people in this world.
And if you keep talking like that to important, powerful, and stressed out people, most of the people you care about are going to die. Honestly, he could have and had every right to kill us in the forest. We left from the Dwarven city that they're currently at war with, and showed up before finishing our mission in Emelroth, and his men had us entirely surrounded. There was a war band around our camp, and he instead simply walked up to the fire, sat down, and waited for me to acknowledge him.
Right, so he had every right to kill us because we're taking a wee bit too long. And quite a
He had-
long, delicate...
He had every right to kill us because we came back before saving the next incarnation of their patron deity, and we came from a city that they have active war against.
Right, and they realize that we hold no allegiance. What does he want us to do? Click our fingers and have their wee little god over here?
They want us to be in there, in Emelroth, working because he can't. To him, we are a proxy of them. We have to be there doing things because he can't. So us being here doing nothing doing exactly what you claimed he was doing. That's why he got so upset.
Hey, but it stands to reason that a mission like this is... What's the word? Can't actually think of the word. To have many parts.
Complicated,
Thank you. Wow.
many faceted. There's
That
a
was
lot of
really
big words in my
complicated.
dad's book.
That a mission like this is quite complicated. That we can't just walk into a city and abduct their feckin' god. That
Yes,
maybe
so
we
that,
do have to travel a wee bit. And maybe
that's
we'll have
why
to come back every once in a while.
Lila pipes up at this point. And that's why they're talking to you and you're not dead.
Well,
I
expect
feel like
respect.
we're complicating this matter. Just,
feck 'em.
no.
I
Technically,
mean,
you aren't even allowed in the forest because of what's on
hold,
your chest.
hold your opinions to yourself. I'm not gonna judge your opinions, but let us
Soft stroke.
diplomatic sorts handle the diplomacy, and as soon as the fight breaks out, you're there. You know.
Hey, he can work with that.
I think the
Alright.
best thing right now would be for me to take Aelin back to the inn and go over what I just went over with Aahana, and let you two do the talking.
We'll do our best.
All right. Yeah.
Try not today.
They won't.
I'll tell you what. I'll make sure. Tell you what. If I die, you can have one of my other swords.
Not the one I have currently, but a
Hopefully,
different one.
One of the 2 remaining ones I have.
besides, you gotta look at it from my opinion. Sure, we got good news. News that's causing more trouble, sure. But we also did just come back to their city with literally every chosen child besides the one they wanted.
Yeah.
Another shrug.
You gotta understand, Aelin. The creators that are out in the world right now, they had already taken the mantle into that form. Susie, Zach, even Rhea. They are all, if anything, on point with not this Elenthiel's child, but the child of that child. That's how much older this Elenthiel is.
And to be fair, Lila states once again, if Elenthiel dies, this whole world ends.
Yeah, Elenthril is kind of the embodiment of life. So everything native to Narthuza would end up dying.
And death.
if we lose the 2 leaders here, he's just gonna go and flatten Emeroth, which is where your family is.
That does actually take him back.
That lady that you yelled at and her husband are the only thing keeping this giant creator in check. And you just told them they were doing nothing, so... And she starts walking up towards the inn.
The elves are the children to Elenthiel, so they have some kind of a link to him.
I'm starting to think this world is already lost. Maybe we should all just go visit my world.
No, it's not. We can still fix it.
For all we know, those 2 leaders of theirs were here whenever the elves were born, and we just don't even know it. Go to the inn, handle that thing, Oswald.
Yeah. I start walking off to the inn.
Are you following him,
Aelin
Aelin?
Yeah, Aelin will follow.
Alright,
I was
we'll
gonna
get
say
to
if you
that part.
don't, Lufa's gonna start smacking the spoon against her hand.
So, as you 2 look back towards the statue, you see that the couple have returned. We're not really that ancient. I think I'm
First
coming
words. Did you call me old?
up. I think I'm actually coming up on my first 1,000 soon, maybe. I don't remember. Anyway, I apologize for our intense discussion, she states, looking a little embarrassed. However, if you can't tell, the city is currently in decline. It was a little more robust when you last visited. I still stayed. She holds up a hand. You have 5 years. It's just... things are declining, and I believe that if we can stop the war to the north, things could stabilize for a little bit and not be declining so rapidly.
Understandable. We
Agreed.
also apologize for the conversation as a whole, but take some joy in knowing that this has been a lot more tame than our talk with dwarven politics lately.
You see Lignus growling in the background. Fucking think I can't control myself, you crazy. If I was not able to control myself, Amelroth would be gone, and so would the dwarves. And he just sort of sighs. And then everything would be so much simpler. And then Kiandra sighs herself, and we would lose over half our people and lose an entire race. 2 of them, really, actually, almost. That's not okay. And he just sighs. It's better than a slow death. You can see them starting to get into it again.
Look.
They look at you.
We would certainly suggest the group of us going in and helping you into the Dwarven city, but there is more that needs to be said, that needs to be brought to light. I'm starting to
They're waiting.
theorize that you're being goaded into Amelroth. I don't have proof on that yet, but we've been dealing with the Lamia named Silas, and it's right up his alley to set a trap like this for you.
What makes you think that? Alan Thirl can sense the child. It is there.
Yes,
Silas
it's bait.
is-
Baiting a trap.
Silas is a noble of sorts, though he's not claiming himself to be Silas or what's his fake name?
I don't think we've
Never figured that
gotten
out.
it. Though we do know where his home is there, we'd be quickly able to learn it once we return. He's been puppeteering a lot lately. He had almost...
All right. Pause. Hang on. What are you talking about? So, there's a man named Silas that you think is causing a lot of this? What do you mean? Who is that? His fake name?
Let me clarify. Silas is a powerful Lamia and seems to be throwing the world into imbalance. He has his fingers in every pot that we found. One of which is he's a leading cause and corrupter of the Thul. He's also turned creatures known as Eldronga that live between worlds against the dwarves. We fortunately managed to stop that. And he's also posing as a noble in Amelroth and likely helping keep the child in containment. He has almost even killed Anaku in the east, the progenitor of the dragons, and I believe the counter to Elentheril, or at least the same as. I don't know the best way to word that one.
Anaku is the keeper of the various elemental things, but at least he will be when the creators leave. He's supposed to be that sort of safeguard. I think for now he's just sort of a proxy, since the other 2, he's not as potent or as large as the other 2, so he can actually enact more than they could, but they can't leave until they figure out what's going on with everything, really, because with Elentheril dying, I could understand why they didn't want to leave, to make sure that everything there was good. But if there's a further problem and and Thul is corrupted, then there is more at stake here than you realize.
The world itself, if not more. Fortunately, Anaku was saved, though he is recovering. It seems Oswald's father was there and had well, he passed, I'm afraid.
My condolences.
Aahana is a member of the Lamia Resilience. The Lamia Resistance that is helping and serving with Anaku, but it's turning into a blood pool almost everywhere we come across, and he's targeting the biggest contenders first. Humans, dwarves, even the elves.
Weren't you born in Riversdeep?
Yeah, that's where we're from.
I'm afraid so.
We recently passed through that area. What happened?
Do you want to tell her, or should I?
I'll tell her. Something from our past, pulled red orb or gem from the ground, and it incapacitated everyone that was there except for myself. nearly immediately there was a loud crack, and it's like the soul had been sucked from the area itself.
Yeah, that city is another dead zone, and we were wondering if a folly had happened.
I
No,
show her even the vial of dirt from it as proof.
no,
Have-
it's not a folly. It's something else.
Have you come across that anywhere else?
Yes, our kobold Sharir companion. He's left the party for now, and he's retiring, but his home village in the mountains above the dwarves was struck down for a similar artifact, led by Silas in his tiefling noble form from Emoroth, with our fallen friend that did it to Rivers Deep, and an army of Goliaths.
You see her purse her lips a bit, and she sighs. Well, that's not good. She actually leads you guys away from the owl. I have a few things I think I need to explain to you. And you guys basically enter the shrine behind the owl, which has basically served as their abode for as long as they've been ruling. And she takes you into a back room where there's a large map of the world laid out. It's current world, so, you know, it's got all of the main current cities, things like that.
Peblins are there.
And she taps. Each one of these named cities, every single one of them, all across the entire world, even underwater, deep in the earth beneath these sort of areas, is a confluence of soul. I don't know who or what put them there, and I don't know what they're meant to be, but it seems that people are drawn to settle over these confluences, I guess I should call them. The bigger the city, usually the bigger the confluence and the thing there. It's basically, I think the only thing I don't know if you've been underground, but I've heard word that there is just veins of soul-empowered crystal. Magic in its most basic essence, which is, you know, the soul of everyone who has passed on before.
We found quite a few interesting things in the deep, but we've not been fortunate enough to see anything like that.
Something like this happened in another city, I'm starting to wonder if they're gathering those massive pools of soul for something. And if that's the case, every single one of the smaller settlements is in peril, and that's not good. That will weaken the land further, and if he's not sure if his corruption on Duanthul can cause the end of the world, this would definitely do it.
On top of having enough power to bring down another creator entirely, should it spring a trap.
Maybe, I don't know, but that's what he's pulling from the soil, if that's the case.
Then we need to get these back.
If you can. If this doesn't keep happening, the world itself will recover over time. If you can find that reserve of soul to return itself, it would be very good, but the damage has been done.
I look to Fenris. It was just during the dream from the broodmother of the Eldronga. It got into all of our heads, but during it, I cast Protect Good and Evil on Fryn, and she came to during it, as if she was able to fight back his influence. If we can capture her, she might be able to tell us where.
Wilk, there have been a bunch of full slayers that have been sent after Fryn. And they haven't found her.
But we have, as if she's just been there this entire time. If not following us, always just walking towards her next goal.
If we have the chance, absolutely.
Lots
But
for another time, I'm sure. I
think
apologize.
Of
Yes.
course.
I will let you talk this on your own. For now, though, we will start heading Aelin towards the Dune Gate to the west. the Western Dune gates. He can handle what little they can push through the gates there. And it might make a show that if we, and then my husband, she looks at Lignus, who didn't just sigh, like he looks away very frickin' grumpily. At the very least, we will have some form of backup if things turn sour. He will not attack, I promise. But we will start heading north. You are welcome to stay for now. I do ask, if your friends cannot come to understand the situation, it's for the best of my sanity and their safety. Probably best not to keep them around whenever we are around. I have been known for being gentle and allowing a lot of things to happen, but
No, they're
I am fully aware, she states, that my inaction has caused the death of many of my people. And I do know many have been upset that I seem to favor and care more about the other races than ourselves. I know I should have probably acted sooner than this. I am aware of that. But if there is any way to make it so that we do not have to mass murder a species, I'm willing to shoulder that burden. Okay?
we'll speak with our patriots and at very least make sure that they if we can't make them to understand, then at least show them how to be cordial.
It's appreciated. I apologize for losing my temper.
No, you don't need to apologize.
I welcome.
There was a
their-
lot of blame thrown around.
I
and
welcome
not
them
all of
being
it.
that way. Honestly, it adds balance to the group.
Of course. And I apologize if we seemed like we didn't wish to listen, but what they were spouting was inaccurate and offensive, honestly. We have a lot on our minds and we have a lot of things to plan, and I need to hold a promise. She looks at Lignus. I got him to agree to this for a price. Apparently he's moving back in. She just sighs and starts walking away.
God.
Fine, you can accompany me as my bodyguard, and I'll let you out of the doghouse. I
You
want to
guys
sleep
are-
on the bed. Couch is best you're getting.
Led by a servant or a priestess of the shrine out, and you are allowed to return to the thing. In the meantime, while they were having that discussion, Oswald, you and the others that were following you arrive at the inn. Pinky, what were you doing during that time?
I mean, Aahana's probably just gonna relax and take a drink.
You were greeted by the kindly-looking rabbit elf lady who told you that the bar is in the back. If you require anything to say so, there should be someone there to tend to you.
Thank you. And she just heads to the back.
At the back is what looks to be a fox-blessed male elf who seems to be cleaning glasses. For the most part, the bar is kind of empty. There's no one else there. For a city as big as this, you have seen a very small amount of people.
Well, I mean, in her head, she's probably just thinking, I doubt anyone wants to really get drunk right now. So she's just
But
gonna head to
as
the
you
bar.
approach, he smiles and he says with a warm tone of his voice, "Welcome, customer, finally. What can I do for you?"
I don't know what kind of alcohol y'all have. Just give me whatever you recommend.
Well, it depends on your palate. I'm not going to just recommend something that I like. You may not like it.
I
I
like
prefer sweeter
spicy
things anyway.
and seafood.
Spicy seafood. You know, I haven't had a reason to open this. And he sort of like turns, goes to the back where all the bottles are sort of like stashed above the bar, and just starts looking up, reaches up, grabs a really dusty looking old bottle, brings it down and smiles. Ah, yes. He comes forward. This is something we like to... We got a long time ago when we were trading with the Wavekin.
Wavekin.
It's something they like to call a spicy crab ball.
That sounds exactly like what I want.
They likened it to the orcs fireball whiskey, but with seafood flavors or hints, I guess. I don't know. I've never been a big fan of fish. He smiles.
That'll do just fine, thank you.
He smiles and pours you a rather large glass because you look a little you had looked annoyed.
She opens her coin purse, realize I still only have copper, and just takes out the copper and gives it to him.
When you do that, he kind of like puts his hand on your fingers. It's like, it's on the house. Apparently, you're staying courtesy of the leaders.
Just the face kind of goes from like yay to thank you.
Oh, I don't like the look there. Is there something wrong?
Nothing. Apparently, asking a simple question causes issues.
A
I will
simple
keep my
question.
mouth shut though, because I don't wish to cause more.
I mean, it's a bar. Most people come here to drink away their woes and to rant their hearts out. I'm more than willing to listen, he smiles.
Can you tell me more about this Lignus? Because all I've heard about him is that apparently his arguments shake the place, and he's a hair trigger away from murdering a bunch of people. Which, from what I've heard, I wouldn't blame him from what they're going through, but I just wish to know more.
Ah, Lignus, the husband of Keandra and the current problem. He sighed. It's a long story. He was a very up-and-coming hunter. He actually lost his family in a skirmish with the dwarves before the peace treaty was taken a while ago. Forgive me, I'm not nearly as ancient as those two, but from what I know is that he was a very promising hunter, and honestly all he wished to do was to supply us with meats and furs from the outside, and he was very good at his job. It took that skirmish though, it took the breaking of the peace treaty originally to actually cause him to be elected as a leader officially. Until that point, his wife had been the sole leader, but her inaction had caused them to wish to have someone who was a little more willing to act as a sort of counterbalance.
Well, that's needed.
You're telling me. And with that, finally, Oswald and Aelin and Lila appear.
Before
Turns
Aelin
around.
says anything, I'm going to point to a corner booth and tell him to go over there and just yell more when he needs more alcohol, and I'm going to walk up to the bar.
More customers! The fox-less elf man smiles and hurries over to wherever Aelin is sitting.
I'm going to, as I get to the bar, put down 5 copper.
He's not going to accept it.
I'm not going to accept it back.
Hey,
So,
shit,
how did
I just have
everything
whatever's
go?
strongest.
He smiles, a simple taste, I appreciate it, and he hurries away. And when he does come back, you get something that tastes like something stronger than moonshine, but with a tint of leaves.
You'll
You're
drink
not
it
sure how.
slowly.
He soaked maple leaves in nail polish remover.
I mean, I'd still drink it.
And immediately upon taking a sip, you're like, you can taste how strong this is, and you know you're gonna get smashed off this one cup.
Oof, that'll take
Drink
paint
very
right off
slowly.
of people.
He takes a sip. That's straw. His teeth are falling out.
He smiles when you seem delighted and tells you if you need anything else to ask. And he
You give
returns
him a
to
genuine
cleaning.
smile.
He returns to cleaning behind his bar.
So, how did it go once I left?
Me and Wilk and Fenris agreed it was stupid of us not to tell you anything about the leadership or political structure of this place whatsoever. We really need to stop doing that. And I said that I left the negotiating up to those two, and I brought Aelin back here.
I hope it goes well for him.
I hope so too. It should. They were the ones that led the discussion the last time we were here. Could I get some water, please?
He smiles and you get a tall glass of water with a little cut of lemon.
Aahana definitely likes the drink.
He smiles at that.
Oswald just pops the lemon wedge in his mouth and swallows it.
She turns around and she goes, Aelin, you should ask for this. It's spicy crab meat.
He's already face first on the table.
Hand just immediately goes up. I'll have some.
You are immediately delivered a cup of what she has.
Nip sip. Sip sip.
Very spicy. Got that deep hint of rock crab though underneath it all.
Make sure to get a few bottles of this for when we leave.
I only have the one, I'm sorry. It's Wavekin brood.
We'll have to
I
remember
remember
it if
those.
we ever go to a Wavekin place.
Alright, fine.
So anyway,
Alright. She turns back to Oswald. So what is it you're gonna tell me?
we were stupid for not telling you anything about it, and so I'm having to adjust my explanation from what I told to Aelin, because Aelin doesn't know anything about this world because he's not from here. You're aware of what Elentheril is, right?
Yes.
How he's
It's
the
the giant
embodiment.
tree we're standing on, and if he dies, the world dies.
Yes, he's the embodiment of life itself. So he's also one of the most powerful creatures in the world, and is currently dying. All of the current creators, except for himself, are. Well, let's just say he's from the previous generation. All of the creators, Sahara, Grak, and Dunthul, are of the same generation as the stolen child. He should have passed over the mantle ages ago, but he couldn't because the child was stolen and he is slowly deteriorating. That's why they gave us 5 years, because if they waited any longer, it might be irreversible damage. If something were to happen to either of the two leaders, Elentheril would go on a rampage and destroy all of not Narthuza. Too many names. What the hell was it?
Emerald.
Emelroth. I don't know why I forgot that name. He would destroy all of Emelroth.
It's right there on the
And I'm walking around. I'm not looking at the fucking map.
map.
And that's not good, especially because something might, Silas might be up to something. I don't know. I heard the tail end of it when I was walking away. But the two of them were democratically elected by everyone, which, I mean, the hell's the name of the leader of the resistance again? Oswald would know it. I forgot it.
Bazooka.
Bazooka.
Yeah.
How did Bazooka become leader of the resistance? Was she
Oh my
just-
god, Aahana would know this.
She started it, so that's why she's
Yeah.
leader.
She's the reason we have a resistance. That's why she's the leader of it.
And if she was ever found to be unfit to rule, would people still follow her, or would they just bring up a new leader?
I mean, if she was unfit to rule, the entire point of the resistance would be a scam. So, no, we wouldn't follow her.
Yeah, let's just say for any reason, whether something happens that drives her over the edge, or if she gets killed or something, you'd find a new leader, right?
Hopefully.
It's not like the whole resistance would just vanish into thin air.
No, it wouldn't vanish.
So right now, to the elves, her name's Luluna, right?
Which, the daughter or the
No, I'm
current
trying to
leader?
remember the stag leader.
Kiandra.
Kiandra, right? Kiandra and Lignus are pretty much their Bazooka. They're the people that are helping lead them, and people that are giving them hope that in this hopeless situation they can actually prevail. Imagine if Sahara was so weak she could barely fly. That'd drive all of her Valkyries crazy, wouldn't it?
I mean, I suppose, yes.
If she was so weak that she was dying and you knew where her replacement would be that would solve it all, wouldn't your first decision be to raise that place to the ground and rescue them?
I mean, my first goal would be to get in there and get them, and maybe there would be consequences, but whatever, yes.
So that's the situation they're in. They're trying to figure out how to get them without massive casualties on everyone's side. That's why they're so stressed out and uptight, I would say.
Okay.
In reality, they're just normal people, but they're being put in this situation. So I'm trying to... That's why he was so upset at that. I'm sure they both hear that criticism that came from you and Aelin every day from their people, and
I don't agree with anything that Aelin said.
I
They're
know, I'm
trying
not
to
saying
do
any...
their best in the situation. I was
Yes.
simply asking if he could keep his anger in check long enough for diplomatic conversations.
And imagine if every single day while you were walking around the resistance, you heard people whispering that you couldn't keep your anger in check, and you, because of your position, couldn't do anything, couldn't say anything to them at all, and all of a sudden here comes some random stranger that says the exact same thing. You'd be a little upset, I think.
You guys have no earthly idea what my life was like in the resistance.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm trying my best here. I don't know anything about. I was there once, shell shocked because my dad was dying. So
I'm
if I may
sure.
interject,
Yeah.
the man sort of slides in with a charming smile. I think what he's trying to state is they are both very in control of whatever problems that are going on. In fact, I know we all like to ignore it, but we all see how much that Keandra is shouldering. She's aging at a rapid rate. I believe she may be feeding Elenthril her own power in order to keep him around longer, to buy more time, to the detriment of herself. And the fact that her husband, who sees her as his world, isn't in the middle of Amelroth should speak volumes on his self-control. I feel him being able to yell here is warranted because this is his home. And maybe that is what our young Scarlet friend, he smiles at you, Oswald, is trying to get
yeah, I'm not
into
good
the
at
whole
words.
thing.
I'm speaking more as someone who does have a very bad anger issue. When you're stressed like that, if I was stressed like that, if I was stomping around and getting into fights that apparently shook the entire city, I probably wouldn't want people taking me to diplomatic conversations.
But you're also not a leader.
I wasn't meaning to insult him. It was a legitimate question.
True, but you aren't a leader, and you don't have that sort of responsibility, and I could see how he would be insulted by some random person asking if he's able to control himself, when that's all he's been doing for the last 1,000 years.
Well, I didn't even know what his age was.
Oh, he's probably getting close to his 1,000, I don't know. We
Yeah.
tend to lose track after, like, the 500s.
Again, that was our fault for literally telling you absolutely nothing about the
So
elves.
is that
We
why
really need to
everyone's
stop
all
it.
upset and drawn here?
Yeah, something happened. Thankfully, we weren't banished, but we almost were.
Oof. I apologize. They're both very high-strung, and I can't even imagine the amount of responsibility on that shoulder. If it helps at all, I personally support them because I'm dreaming for that future where I can see kids running around more often, and my bar is full. We don't have nearly as many as we used to. I just don't want to see my people die off.
There seems to be. I don't think they're doing anything wrong, from what I've learned, even before this entire conversation. I know they're doing the best. You guys filled me in on some of it. Not all of it, especially, apparently. I don't think they're doing anything wrong. I wasn't insinuating they were doing anything wrong, and I wasn't even judging them, though they've decided I was. I was asking a leader a question. I'm sorry if it upset him, but I'm a strategist and I have to know what I'm working with.
Miss, to them, you aren't even their people. And you did judge him if you were wondering if he could control himself. You looked at him, heard the rumors, and thought, maybe he can't control himself. I should ask and make sure. That is a judgment. You judged him. I don't know. I understand if you don't agree with that sentiment, but to our people, that's a judgment. And
Well,
he's...
then I guess it's a difference of culture.
Sure. I will say this, though. While they are our leaders and we trust them and for everything that they do, they have earned our respect, and we don't question much because we don't have to. They've let us perfectly fine till now. An outsider questioning him, especially No offense, miss, but you are a Lamia, and you are a big part of why a lot of current things are happening. They did not need to hear it from you. Because they haven't done anything wrong till now, and you don't know them. So, I think that's what happened. He smiles. I apologize if my words were a little rough.
No. I'll just make sure to keep my mouth shut. And she just swigs the rest of her drink.
I don't think you need to do that, but perhaps in the future, don't question people that are in power, I guess? I don't know how to explain, man. He's like, I'm just a barkeeper, and he turns around.
To be fair, she is part of resistance against a corrupt political, machine. So
Well, I mean, I don't think
questioning
she'd
people
be...
in power has been her entire life.
But these people aren't in power because they're born into it or something.
Yeah, again, that was our fault for not telling her literally anything about them.
I mean, to be fair, just because you're elected doesn't mean you can't be corrupt. Not saying they are.
Yes, but you walked in with no idea of the situation and then decided to put in your 2 cents based off of rumors.
I wasn't putting it. I'm just gonna drop it.
He frowns a
We'll
little
just
bit
wait
and
until
shrugs.
Wilk and Fenris return and let us know what's happening.
Do you have
this
anything
point-
that works on Vulture Kindred?
In fact, I do, sir. He smiled. You get a straight whiskey vodka rum. You don't know why they're all mixed together, but they are, and it works.
He literally takes it, opens mouth like Muppet. Lufa looks worried, dump, and I'm assuming I get drunk as fuck.
You two walk in just as Oswald is dumping a glass of something into his mouth and then swaying.
Oswald, did you drink too much and far too quickly?
Math symbols around his head. Oswald got drunk?
Oh,
Did you not hear the slam? I hope you did.
No, I heard it before. Wilk didn't.
Like, literally, you walk in, and as you open the door...
I'm guessing Aelin is just swaying in the distance, just like mostly drunk with like half-finished drink in both hands.
Yeah, he's happy.
Why am I so heavy all of a sudden?
Right.
The man behind the counter flashes you both a grin. Welcome!
How's it going?
Apparently Oswald got drunk.
That's a new one.
This isn't as relaxing as I thought it would be.
Well, yeah, because you're not supposed to get absolutely shit-faced in 2 seconds.
I've been immune to alcohol since I was born. I didn't know how it worked.
You see 2 people here who are drinking, who were slowly sipping on stuff.
Right.
Looks to Aelin, who just downs another bottle of the crab ball.
You want to be like him?
He's the best example I've had of drinking.
Probably
Little
not
wave.
the best thing.
So, how did it go for y'all?
Decent. We managed
pretty
to
well.
converse and inform them of Silas and how we're slowly theorizing that the whole Emeroth thing might even just be a trap to Spring at this point. She actually gave us some insights when it comes to the fact that they've also been going around gathering magical energy, like in Riversteep or Sharir's village. Turns out that most small settlements might be living on one until we know exactly which ones and all of them. She did a little bit of pointing around on the map, but there can
Are
always
the
be
small
smaller
settlements popping up there because that stuff was there
Yes.
before it? Or is that there because there's people living there now?
Because it's there. The soul is there, kind of like a settlement being attracted to fresh water. They may not even know it's there, but it's dragging them there.
You
And
probably tell that to Sharir so he stops wondering why the guy killed his village.
that being said, we also have a running idea that I thought I'd ask you all before we get into the whole who's coming and who's not with the Elven King and, well, leaders, sorry. So, you recall Fryn?
Blank stare.
Fryn is me and Fenris's friend from our childhood. She's been going around. She's one of the ones that... She's the one that killed Oswald's father whenever he was explaining that, and the one next to Silas during the attack on Sharir's village that was mentioned.
Oh.
Clumsily flipping through sketchbook to sketch of pre-death Fryn in the quote-unquote forbidden section.
She has the sight, and that led to her death with trying to become a slayer. We know not how, but that's seems to be one of the reasons Silas took her, was the whole sight thing. We suspect.
Sorry. She's getting drunk.
Now, we learned that it might be very important to learn where they're bringing these magical energies. Jesus Christ.
I have to answer this. I'm so sorry.
I'll wait.
Now is a perfect time to take break, actually. You can start over when we get back.
I
6
love
o'clock,
that
we'll
your
get break.
fucking ringtone, by the way, playing a super thick snake lady.
It's her dad's ringtone, too. So it's when her dad calls. Everyone take a break, and we'll do our D100 when we get back, and then we'll
You
continue.
can't tell me what to fucking do.
I do get to tell you what the fuck to do, motherfucker.
Since when?
Since always. Now, please excuse me.
No, you're not excused.
I'm sorry. It was the Leslie Clinic, who I already canceled with Friday, calling me to let me know my appointment is tomorrow. So now I don't know if my appointment is canceled or not.
It's okay, everyone went on break.
Alrighty, I'll go on break real quick too.
I'm gonna get more dinner.
Do that.
I will. Ah, shit. My legs are dead from the Ren Fair yesterday. I keep almost falling over. By the way, at the Ren Fair, there was a whole bunch of WoW cosplayers going around posing random places and screaming for the Horde.
Why?
Because. So there was one person with a huge Horde banner, and you'd just be shopping, you'd hear, "On 3, for the Horde!"
Alright.
I also saw someone dressed as Sanji.
Don't know who that is.
One Piece character.
Okay.
Alright, I am back. How many others are? Hello?
I never left.
Demo never left, apparently. Right, when everybody gets back, we'll do the fucking D100 halftime show, apparently. Yeah.
Yay! How are you doing, Demo?
Well, I did another test and it came back negative, so I'm cured. I'm just coffee.
Yeah, COVID apparently, you keep
Yeah.
having symptoms for a while.
Yeah, it's a 100-day cough because I tore my fucking throat.
I was still coughing and having issues breathing for like 2 months afterwards.
Fuck.
And I know it's gross, but my period still hasn't recovered fully. It's all over the place. It's fucked. Everything's fucked.
I remember hearing that that COVID
really
like
weird time to come back.
interfered with the whole period stuff, but I was like,
It's real.
I heard it was
Huh.
the vaccine that did it more, and I'm back, by the way.
yeah,
Mine is
no.
still not okay. I skip whole months here and there. Sometimes it lasts for like 2 weeks. One almost lasted a month.
Oh god, that sounds.
And then
awful.
and then there's the one where it started for 2 days, stopped, and I thought I was done, and then it started a week later, and then lasted for another week.
That sounds fucking awful.
It's
Off the topic of period. Demo. How long did your because you were sick for a while, and then you were super sick, and then you're fine now. How long did the super sick part last?
Like 2 days.
Okay, mine lasted around a day and a half. So
I also don't get
Lucky.
sick unless something has the potential to kill me.
oh, mine wasn't like it was short lived, but it wasn't lucky. It was for a couple days I felt like shit. Then I had a fever that was so bad that at one point my mom insisted on driving me to the emergency room. Thankfully, the fever broke a little bit. It was like hot enough that if I had stayed like that for an hour, my brain would have cooked. But thankfully, it only lasted a couple minutes, and then I was just in hell territory instead of, boiled lobster territory. But then after that, I was basically fine. It was one of those. Have you ever had a fever so bad for so long that you just like sit in the shower and like just have it like on lukewarm shit like that? Just like I need water to regulate my temperature.
That's usually what I do when I get sick. I'll just curl up in a shower.
I had to like keep being in the shower and filling my mouth with water to keep my teeth from hurting from the heat. Yeah, that shit was bad.
Shit sucks.
Hey, now you two are back. I'll tell you. I forgot to mention something about when I was at the Ren Fair. There was a whole group of Horde cosplayers.
Horde?
Yeah, WoW Horde.
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
They were literally going around. One of them had a banner. I didn't manage to get a good picture of them because there were so fucking many people. But they would like wander off and then meet up at certain places. And then when they would meet up, they would just be like, all gathered together. And the guy with the banner would be like, "For the Horde!" And they'd be all like, "Horde! Horde! Horde!"
Yes, it's great.
So while I was buying my bullhorn staff, I was just looking at them. But now I am here. I have brought the emo Tessaiga down to fuck around with it while waiting. It's actually not that heavy. It's made of pine, so it's like 4 pounds.
Nice.
As per usual, I once again need to apologize again for almost kicking you out of the city, but the leaders wouldn't put up with it.
I mean, I think between the two of them, Hatter completely accepts.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad every time that something goes wrong and you guys tried really hard, but then one of you says something wrong and I'm like, nope, they gotta go.
Did we try really hard, though? Because we didn't tell them at all about any... sure, we didn't expect the elves to show up, but we could have at least been like, before you take us there, twins, we need to give them, Elven Politics 101. Don't say shit.
I'm a problem.
I think it's more along the lines of, I hope this helps to continue to teach you fucks to, plan more.
Look, I can't do
You've
everything.
been doing better. You've been doing better lately. You guys had a whole bathhouse planning session. I'm very proud of you for that. But, more.
I am back.
Welcome back. How was your walk?
Yeah. It was good.
Good.
I want to roll the D100 this time.
Is Hatter back too? Yeah, he is. Okay.
Ye-
Yeah, go ahead. Roll the D100.
I have a blender in my arms named Emmett the fucking cat.
11.
11.
As opposed to Emmett the fuckboy Selk.
Yes.
Alright, we can't do this when we've already done it anyway.
I shall roll again.
That's the one where you describe your relationship with someone.
Could make a subscriber relationship with newer people.
I could. But
2 on a
what is
D100.
with your really low roll?
I summon a god.
Ooh, this will cause drama. Who in the party would Wilk trust the most with their life?
Now, I think we should say this only counts the 5 actual players instead of any side
Yes.
NPCs.
Oh, fuck you. I was gonna say Susie.
No
always
If it was-
NPCs.
If it was side
Characters.
NPCs, Oswald would have been like Lufa.
No easy outs here.
Probably Fenris. I can't trust him for much, but as a fellow Slayer and the fact I grew up with him, I can trust that he'd at least be there to take the blow for me.
Alright.
I trust most of them with that, but still.
Fenris.
Mm.
Who in the party would Fenris trust the most?
With his life specifically.
With
Yeah.
his life specifically. Oh, that one's easy. Wilk.
Alright. You guys are very tight bonded, I see. Oswald. Who in the party would Oswald trust the most with his life?
You see, up until recent events, it would have been Wilk, but now, based solely on their behavior and like their drives, Aahana.
Alright. Aahana. Who in the party would Aahana trust the most with their life?
Nobody.
If you had to pick one. Even if you want to say she still wouldn't, but if I had like no other choice, gun to my head, would you rather die?
I guess. Who would she at least want fighting the most at her side in a certain situation?
It's not that. It's more along the lines of
Well,
with your
that's
life.
what I'm trying to figure out. Like, they're fighting something, and she would want that on her side to save her life. I guess Oswald, because he knows a lot about monsters.
What if it was your soul is going to be carried by this person? Because that's the way I'm trying to swing it. Is you have someone threatening to kill you unless you choose to put your soul in a ball and give it to someone to take care of. If you think they end up killing you anyway, then you can just have the person kill you if you really don't think anyone would be able to handle keeping you safe.
I mean, if it's that scenario, then I guess it'd still be Oswald.
Alright. Good enough for me. Now, Aelin. Who in the party would Aelin trust the most with his life? Like if he was incapacitated, all that other good shit.
Aahana.
I think that's everyone. Fuck. How does that make you all feel?
I am absolutely shocked and dismayed that Aelin would not trust me with his life.
Aahana, you and me are the smart ones because I said party tank, you said party medic.
Well, Shay had to give me an extremely specific situation for me to go like, well, who would I want carrying around the bottle with my soul in?
Well, that's what I was doing with for everyone.
I
Would that
guess the
change
safest
any of you?
person.
Aelin wouldn't trust Fenris with his drink, never mind his life.
Because it was meant to be not a like fight out your side. There's a different question for that. This is literally you are
okay.
not there. Like you can't do
Here's the thing.
shit. This is the person that is going to be taking care of your life.
It doesn't change the answer, but it changes unspoken perspectives on other people.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
Mine doesn't change my perspective in any way whatsoever. My logic was, well, the person he likes and looks up to and trusts to lead them the most in the party is Wilk. He knows that Wilk is far more likely to make a tactical sacrifice than Aahana. Aahana is the kind that would just be like, fuck you, I will let everyone else here die before I let you touch this fucking thing. Wilk is tactical, Aahana is stubborn.
True. All right. And of course, everyone does, like Aelin is like, we know, Aelin, we love you, but no.
Understood.
You know, it's like, to be honest, I wouldn't choose me either.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, I thought. Alright. Back to the scene. Where I'm gonna have you start over since she got distracted with the phone.
So as I was saying, Aahana, we have a working theory going in is that with all those pieces of soul being taken around the world by Silas, and generally they've been taken by Fryn in his stead. Fryn being our long deceased comrade, me and Fenris's, and she's been taking place and killing a lot of notable people because of this. During the dream with the Eldronga, I encountered Fryn. I know it's just a dream, but still an interesting theory. I cast Protect Good with Evil.
Protection from good and evil.
Yeah, Protection from Good and Evil. And when I cast it upon her, she came to, because I highly doubt she herself is willing to be his pawn. So without his influence there, I suspect if we can capture her, and I can do that again, and she breaks through, we can ask her directly where Silas is keeping all the soul he's been gathering.
I mean, yeah, she would probably know.
She's the one gathering it, after all. And if not know exactly where he's storing it away, she'll at least be able to tell us where she's been bringing it.
I have one question about your plan. How are you gonna find her?
Before you showed up, we had a few run-ins with her, but in terms of tracking her down, as Slayers, not only can we attune, we also know what her targets are. Small villages around. Hell, even Oldenright might be one, but there's many small villages on this continent alone that make easy targets. Last we saw her, we were heading into Gardoon. And then weeks later, she takes out Sharir's village.
Alrighty. She's a real slow walker.
She doesn't have to be quick when you're dead, I suppose.
Sorry.
We've not been able to close in the gap, but I've been working it through my head the next time I saw her, how I'd be able to trap her. And I think I've got that figured out.
Alrighty.
Care to share with the class?
I figured it was something for later. We have more pressing matters to talk about, but if you want to know what I've got so far...
I think you're too drunk to even remember Oswald.
Who's Oswald?
Yeah.
You are.
Right? I thought you meant another Oswald.
No, he's in the Grove of Wolves still.
Alright, him.
Well, my working trap on that is, I would have Luson on my belt. He'd be prepared to entangle the moment she got close. She deals close quarters combat. But she keeps her enemies away with fear auras. I have a potion here to remove fear altogether. And if I set my weapons down, most of them at least, except for my dagger, sledges, she'd think me more unarmed and might charge to deal with me. After all, we've kind of made a name for ourselves more recently. We can only stay out of his sight so long. Taking me out would of course also take out Susie. We are basically becoming prime targets. She's more than likely to charge into combat with me. I can entangle her with Luson as a surprise. They don't know about Luson or his abilities yet, nor her in general. That would entrap her, and I could place the spell on her. Originally, I was planning on entrapping her and, well, doing the deed with Sledge's dagger. But we need information.
Could also technically help grapple her.
And can't help but at the same time know that the rest of you would likely be in waiting nearby. Lusan more than able to reach you within 200 feet through your heads of what's going on.
I mean, that sounds like... How far away would you plan on keeping us, though?
She seems not too worried in terms of us being there until we follow. More than likely being under his control, he would not sick her into a fight she can't win. So at the very least, 60 to 100 feet away. Enough to close in quick enough, but far enough to be off his radar.
That seems reasonable. I'm still not sure how I feel about that as a plan.
It's in the future regardless.
Yeah.
And I feel like Scheherazade is a more direct threat than Grak, considering. Sure, Grak could really cause some havoc, but Scheherazade is actively, well, she's chosen 3 Valkyries already.
Right. And, Fenris is just gonna casually throw his little rock on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1. And Grak is the least likely to be a direct threat, because Grak knows when they get angry, the world starts to get issues. If anything, Grak's an easier target than Scheherazade. But again, we're talking about something that doesn't matter right now. Something we can get to in the future, and that's going to be the default fallback until we have better ideas. I suspect if you and Aelin apologize, whether you like to or not, we've all had to apologize for even things we don't enjoy. We might be able to keep you along the escort, and we can all just shut up, stick together, and move our way in.
Like a silent stare at him.
How much of your drink have you finished, sir?
All of it.
So he stares at you, and like one eye starts to drift in the other direction. You watch his head loll to the side, and his mouth like opens, and like he starts to drool.
I want to kill his buzz so bad right now. Just to
I
piss him
repeat my
off.
previous sound effect.
I'm not gonna do anything.
I'm gonna have to be honest with you. I don't really think you guys need me on this escort mission.
It'd be easier to get you back into the city if we're all together, though. Frankly, they don't need any of us. They could probably storm the gates on their own. I feel like it's more along as a sign.
Yeah.
The only one that they would definitely need would be me because of the whole dwarven thing, and even then, that can only get us so far, and frankly, I can only do so well with words before I start falling back and bad things happen.
Also, Aahana, what if something goes bad and people start fighting? We'd really need your help then. I'm not good much in things like this either, but I'm coming along to help make sure that goes wrong. Why is my... Is this nauseous? Is my feeling... He starts scrambling out of the room to go throw up.
I'd say that's nauseous.
I'm not a good liar.
He shrugs then. Well, you and Aelin are both adults about this anyway. The only one we have to really babysit is Aelin half the time. So I'm not going to be too upset. I'm just leaving it there as the option. Do with it as you will. I'm not going to pressure that. I don't want this to end into another argument that just ends worse. If you can't do it, don't. If you think you can, I suggest doing so, though.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, if Aelin can't apologize well enough, which I don't really think he can at this point, I can't leave him. So if he gets sent away, I have to go with him as long as we are in this forest. I took charge of him.
Then I'll leave you to take care of him through the forest then, because that is correct. As well as the whole... Yeah. Looking to Aelin and looking back to Aahana, what happens if we're on the other continent and it's a week away that we realize we need to go to the court here? What's that about?
I'm gonna ask Tahira's for transport. She might be willing to do it.
Question from atop your head.
Yeah, Susan.
Yes.
Since the actual fucking leaders are happy to serve as envoys, don't you think you should put in to see the king now?
That's a fantastic
Because
idea.
where the fuck are they gonna stay? I don't think they're gonna want to stay in the city for that long.
I was going
There's not enough
to...
room at the Adventurers Guild.
I was going to suggest that the moment we got to the Dwarven Gates to send ahead.
How about you send the letter now?
Probably need to let the Dwarven Gates know ahead of time.
Did you tell your cousin where you were going? Because she's been waiting on you to have an audience with the king.
I left the information with Kit, but I don't think I told her to tell her just in case.
You didn't tell your... Oh, we're in trouble. You just see her looking with this look of, like, absolute terror.
I feel like I would have, for what
You
it's
didn't,
worth, but I
though.
don't remember doing so, so I guess it didn't happen.
You
Hear
told
the
her to
sound
tell
of
Kit.
scribbling from behind you.
Look, give me a break. Last session was rough on me, and I was not all there for the whole session.
I'm gonna be honest. Not Aahana, keeps forgetting Day exists. And that's on me.
I'll send a letter ahead to the guild for Day and everything. They have pseudo-dragons here, don't they?
The fox speaks up from behind the bar. Of course.
Alright, I'll send a letter ahead.
In fact, if you leave a note with our secretary up ahead, she'll happily run the errand for you. The
Alright.
city is quite large, after all.
I'll head upstairs then and make sure a letter gets sent to Day at Gardoon, as well as sending ahead to see the king.
So you're just gonna tell. So you're basically saying, "Day, I'm sorry. We went to go do a thing, and you just what are you writing?"
Today, I'm going to say we had to... God. I'm just imagining her reaction to, yeah, we got the king and the queen, or rather the leaders of the elves. I'm sending her a letter saying, Day, apologies for leaving suddenly. We have the commendations. We will be heading towards the king in the coming days, but we're bringing 2 elvish envoys, the leaders of the elves, to come and confirm and speak for peace between the 2 species.
Okay. All right. So
Again,
Alright.
you hear scribbling behind you and a finger poking you.
What?
Should probably explain was not planned to get leaders. We didn't expect it to happen this fast, and we were going to tell her when we got back.
the secretary's already gone with the note.
I mean, I didn't say I sent it yet.
Oh, okay. I thought. Okay.
If she's poking me while I'm doing that, I can still...
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Is while he was
P.S. Was hoping for an envoy, not both of the leaders. Was also planning on this to happen quickly. Apologies for not informing you again.
Not as quickly.
Oh yeah, that.
We were expecting to be like, you should think about that. We're gonna go, and they're like, shit, man, we'll go right now.
Right? And then I'll send the letter.
She gives me a curt nod and then runs out.
If it just walks back to the bar.
I'm gonna bring this
suppose
paper
I
letter
should
to
go
the
and
others.
buy stuff to bribe the fairies with.
Go down to the others. So how exactly do you all think I can write a letter to Gardoon's king himself? Sure, we did it to get power back before, but am I supposed to send the commendations with a letter? Do we show up with the commendations? They haven't told us any
Do
of
you
that.
think Day would do it?
I was about to say, stumbling back in, like, if he wasn't painted red, he'd look green. You should probably tell that today. But yeah, we should have probably left the commendations with her. Are they all like just pieces of paint? What are they?
Seals. Alright, I'll send this with the package to her, since packaging is a little bit extra and probably would have been more. And to...
So when the lady comes back and you're like, actually, can you send this as well? And she's like, okay. And then runs away again.
She'll know how to, like, put in the seat of king. Thumbs up. She told us how to do dwarven politics by yelling. And reenacting World War II.
So you guys have about a day and a half before you guys will arrive.
A book is set down on the bar in front of the barkeep.
By the way,
Okay.
notable, we are walking back towards the entrance into the mountains, so we won't have to traverse through the woods for people to know. I don't know if that was clear or not.
Well, yeah, that you didn't tell them that the leaders decided to use Elendil as sort of like a
No.
wall.
You didn't tell me that.
No, I'm telling that above game right now because you mentioned it, and I've been seeing our token moving, and you can kind of see we're moving if we look out. So, I would like...
I know. Aahana doesn't.
I'll inform them in character then. What do you need to get things for the, Oh. So last time, when we headed to Emelroth, they brought us to the tree line. If you look outside, we're moving. I think they're bringing us to the warfront again.
Oh.
Did
Well,
you
I
write
guess I
that
don't
in the
have to do it with the
note?
fairy.
Did you write that in the note today, saying, "Hey, by the way, Elendil is walking to the city"?
I
Look,
don't think Elendil's leaving the forest, but I mentioned that the elven leaders will be going into the city.
Wilk, I drag him over to a window.
No. Fuck you. You could have written the goddamn letter. I just
was
had to go stand
vomiting.
in front of the leaders. I've had to deal with every leader of the dwarven people but a king. You all can actually pick up the pace a little bit. How about that? Instead of getting drunk on your asses and deciding it's a lie to apologize just to make things work or even slapping Aelin out of it, you all can fucking help. The pressure is crushing.
Susie on top of your head is now on fire.
Yeah, that's right! He's been having to do all this goddamn work!
And the best part is I got voted into the position. So you know what? I'm more than happy to serve and do my best. I'm happy to take the critique. But if you're not going to do anything yourself... Am I wrong?
I was about to point out something and then say I was going to go write a letter myself, but it doesn't matter if I write the letter because it kind of needs to be from you because you're the Dwarven Noble. If a random adventurer sends a letter to Gardoon, they're not going to, let it through.
That's because you send it to the Adventurers Guild. You know, the one with a bunch of outsiders in it now?
Alright, fine. He just walks out the door.
Thumbs up.
Let's go get some fucking ice cream!
Sorry for blowing up on you all. It's like, he's
like,
just like
vibrating.
sitting there, just like
No,
annoyed at the world.
You're good, man. Go enjoy your ice cream.
Let's go get some fucking ice cream, come on!
Fuck it. Let's go get some ice cream then.
Damn right!
Looks like we're about a couple days, maybe a day and a half away. Prepare yourselves in the coming day.
I don't have a map for the city. I really need to make one.
You can just
What do you guys
want
want to do?
Well, Lufa had set down her book open to a page that just has the word Taylor with a question mark next to it, and then gestures to Aelin still wearing her way too big for him clothes. Then to her own, bear with her frame.
Oh, you're wanting to buy clothing.
Thumbs up.
He nods, cat waves a hand, and casts Speak with Plants. So, what you're gonna want to do. He then points out towards the door. Is you're gonna want to go out that way, and then you're gonna turn to the right, and you're gonna follow the curve of the city around until you see a shop sign that has golden scissors on it. There's a bear, blessed elf in there that you can probably get really well done up with.
He nods.
He smiles.
She still can't talk back because you said that she can't talk, so. And she'll go out and find the tailor.
He was just trying to make her feel comfortable.
Yeah, and pass Oswald, who has collapsed. Picks him up. And continues going.
So she's taking drunk Oswald to the tailor.
Yes, and then going to go to the he's literally knocked out.
Hey, Aahana,
Yes.
you want to keep an eye on Aelin? I'll keep an eye on them.
I have to keep an eye on Aelin.
I mean, yeah. I thought I'd give you the option, though. Alright.
Aelin, who is somehow still conscious, what are you doing?
Sitting, staring, kind of insulted. But also understands that he is a problem.
Yeah. Now that you're drunk, you're like, God, I'm such a fucking problem. Why am I such a problem? Why do I gotta make all these goddamn problems? Like, you're having that existential crisis of why do I do the things I do?
Like, I should
And
really
why-
stop fucking up.
And why, when I go back to not being drunk, am I gonna do it anyway?
Oh, he's gonna forget this entire conversation with himself.
Aahana, you actually see him just sort of like mouthing words that you can't hear. And he's staring at the wall and just has this look of like disappointment on his face.
Well, as long as he stays in that corner, I don't care. Can I get another one?
Of course. He serves you another glass.
He's quiet, not making a problem. Leave him
This
be.
time, though, he sets down the bottle on the table next to you because it's like
Ooh.
half gone.
Thank you.
Of course, it's glad to have someone enjoy it. I was wondering if anyone was ever going to ask for it.
It's very
It's been
good.
there for like 400 years.
Oh, it's aged wonderfully then. And she like
Good.
takes up, like cheers with the drink and then just starts drinking it again.
He smiles, content to let you guys kind of do your thing. Though he does eventually like put down like a thing of chips and peanuts just in case.
Oh, Aahana will definitely start eating on the chips.
Of course.
Should
Fenris.
not drink on NBC.
Yeah.
It's also been there for 400 years.
No. Fuck you. Anyway, Fenris, what are you doing?
Fenris is tagging along with drunk Oswald and Lufa.
You're following Lufa, who has a unconscious Oswald over the shoulder.
Are you
Yep.
trying to be stealthy?
No.
The second she notices you, she spins around and dumps him on you.
Okay.
You are stronger
Okay.
than her.
Fenris is now carrying drunk Oswald.
Nice.
Unconscious.
Like a princess
Oswald.
or over the shoulder?
Over the shoulder.
Alright.
He's sticky.
We'll start with you then. So eventually she does find the sign, and as she steps inside, she's hit in the face with the brilliant, blinding almost light and the glittering fabric draped all around her. There are mannequins everywhere sporting the most fucking ridiculous fashioned outfit. And behind the counter, currently sewing, is the largest, most pink and fabulous elf with little bear ears that you've ever seen.
Unfortunately, 80% of the information is lost on Lufa because she doesn't have eyes. Unless he somehow is so fabulous he's pink even to her colorblind ass.
He is somehow. And Fenris.
Yep.
It's definitely for Fenris as well.
So, Lufa finally knows what pink looks like.
He hears the door open and says, "Just a minute, darling."
Take your time.
Upon hearing the deep voice, he turns and is like, "Well, hello.
Hello.
Welcome to my store. How may I fabulous up your day?"
Be Because she doesn't understand how the hell she's seeing pink and sparkly, she instinctively scarecrow formed.
My friend here, Harvest Watchman, is looking for some new clothes.
Your scarecrow?
Yeah, I think she got a little nervous. Poke, poke.
Oh,
She
apologies,
slowly
darling.
unscarecrows, and she scribbles, scribble, scribble. How are you different? I can't see color. How?
He flashes her a blinding smile that for a moment even she can't see, as she is flash bombed by the brilliance of his pearly whites.
Flashbacks to fucking Dan's. Hello, I'll give you a feet if you give me a tooth.
I don't want to do the voice.
So,
She
what
scribbles.
are you looking for?
Scribble, scribble, scribble. Problem child took clothes, need new clothes.
Well, what kind of style are you looking for? You want to be... Do you need a makeover? Do you need me to spice you up?
Scribble, scribble, scribble. Spice, question mark? What's that?
Do you want to shine like a star in the sky?
Scribble, scribble, scribble. What is shine?
What I'm
Shit.
doing, darling!
Scribble, 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 scribble. It's just uppercase A a lot. She doesn't understand what she's looking
Perfect!
at. Rips that out. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Something fancy. And not scary.
Oh, you've come to the right place.
She
What
pulls
is
her-
your
her
price limit?
mask out of it. She pulls out of her bag her mask and like puts it on so he gets a basic guide for what she likes, and reaches into Oswald's side and pulls out his coin purse.
How much money you got?
Oswald has 30 copper.
He smiles and takes 10 copper. Now, if you could give me that mask as well, I'm going to make sure I get this done right.
Hands over.
Do you have a favorite color?
Points to Oswald.
Can I have a feather?
Fenris
Pluck.
is just gonna pluck.
It's very sticky.
Lovely!
It's
Now,
full of boggle oil that disintegrates before he touches it.
allow me to get your measurements.
T
She-
poses.
T poses and he takes quick, efficient measurements, writes down on a notepad and smiles. Good.
I
Now,
was hoping he was gonna be like, allow me to get your measurements, I'm done.
all right, now, come back tomorrow, darling. I need my privacy so I can work.
Nods.
Have a good day, darling.
Take care.
Leaves quickly.
Immediate
God.
door, like sign turns from open to close.
Lufa scribble, 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 holds up to Fenris. What the fuck was that? First time you've ever seen Lufa curse?
Fenris just shrugs. That's what we call someone being eccentric.
Rhea points out the paper. Fuck!
Yes.
No, she's more like looking at the door that is now closed with this look of like shiny.
He's shiny, I want to eat him. Then scribble, scribble, letter, need tell day.
What?
Scribble, scribble, need post office, tell day to warn dwarves, giant tree will be walking towards them. Basically, the point that Oswald was going to raise and the point that she's going to raise now that I don't want to say in Lufa speak is, while Aelin Thero might not be walking straight to the gates, he's much taller than any of the trees, right?
Well, he's the same size as the ones in the middle of the forest, but once you guys get to the outskirts, where the trees start to get smaller, yeah, he's taller.
Yeah, he'd be like twice as tall as the ones at the edge of the forest, right?
More so, but yes.
Yeah, so it's not like they're not gonna see him coming, directly towards them and panic and mobilize their entire military. So we need to warn them that he is bringing the elven emissaries.
Good point. Alright, let's find a post office then.
Survival.
Great.
will help you. She has a 0, so
Alright.
the person who's the best with survival right now, I think, is Oswald, and he's unconscious.
16. Got the
You look
result.
around and you spot familiar-sized footprints, as you've spent a decent, not a lot of time, but a decent amount of time around that one, you know, the bunny elf that you guys never asked the name of any of these people. And you don't see them here, so you start heading back the other direction, and you do start to note her footprints, because there's no roads here. Everything here is dirt and grown and grass. Everything here is supernatural. Super space natural. So, and at that point, you follow the footprints up and around, and for quite a while, actually, it's solid 30 minutes before you reach the quote-unquote post office.
Alright,
In which-
when you say it's all supernatural, I'm just imagining in the distance, Sammy, where the fuck is my car?
In which case, there is what looks to be a squirrel-blessed elf sort of sweeping out front.
Squirrel blast, those are rare.
She is old, though, I will say that. She blinks as you approach. Oh, welcome, dearie. What are... Harvest Watcher, right?
Nods.
Yep.
Holds up pre-written page. Need to write a letter send to Gardoon.
All right. Well, why don't you get started on that, and I'll grab one of the owls.
Thumbs up. Looks at Fenris, swaps to next pre-written page. Want me write or you? You know she's not illiterate, she's just doing shorthand.
Oh, okay. Then, you'd probably be better off writing it.
Thumbs up. Starts scribbling.
The elf reappears with a rather beautiful snowy white owl on her wrist. It has like a little like leather vest and a little like pouch on the front that has like it's open and ready.
She rolls up the letter scroll style. It says, "Hi, Day. This is Lufa. Additional information Wilk forgot to tell you because we are in a high stress situation and he's a little overwhelmed. We are not traveling on foot back to the Gate of the Dwarves. We are traveling on the back of Elentheril. So you might want to let the Dwarven military know that they are not making a final march on the mountain and in fact are bringing emissaries of peace. So please don't send all the military out to try and kill the giant god tree. Or sorry, the giant creator tree.
All right.
Yours truly, Lufa." She
All
just
right.
loads that in.
That is all sent off. She only asks for a single gold piece.
Hands her 2.
She smiles and bids you a good day.
That is also out of Oswald's wallet, by the way.
All right.
Well, do you need him anymore, or should I throw him in a bed?
Just nods. Doesn't even need to write down.
Alright. Well, you have a good night, Lufa.
Nod again.
Fenris is going to go and put Oswald in his bed in the inn.
Lufa is going to just wander around trying to see if there's any places that are selling food. Other than that, we can go to someone else.
All right. Wilk. You find a sweets shop that sells the majority what looks to be some sort of like frozen confection. It seems to be run by a small family of... Well, 2 of them are blessed by goat. The other one seems to be blessed by one of the birds. You're not sure.
Cue me and Susie having a conversation over ice cream. Trying to get his head off of it, he's asking her some questions regarding binding to elementals.
Well, go ahead.
And he's asking her, like, so, I know that's the whole ritual circle thing, and what have you. But could you bind to an elemental if it's in the physical plane at the time? If you're willing to just accept a contract with it right then and there?
Well, unless summoned for a short time and pulled unwillingly from the plane, no, because those are corrupted and... Okay, let me put it this way. If you're summoned to this realm, and then, you don't have some sort of master or something, and are just there, you slowly get corrupted, and eventually turn mad, and they can't bond like that. And the ones that are summoned temporarily are gonna go back, so that you also really can't bond like that.
So if you wanted to hold one, it'd have to be like a prison on your plane then.
I guess. Where is this coming from? What are you trying to do?
Well, I was thinking back to the city and how they have the child and how it can't get back. I was just wondering.
I don't know how they did it either.
Because obviously we can't reach it. It's not like we can just bind to it from anywhere. Do you think it was bound to one of them before?
Forcefully, maybe.
That wouldn't corrupt it, would it?
It might.
So we're really hoping that when we get there, it's not already corrupt and too late for Aelin.
Well, there's a little more than that. So, you know why they can't just get a new chosen child, right?
Not entirely.
So, the reason why we're chosen children as soon as they are, the mantle is passed is because it takes eons for us to really be ready to really accept that much power all at once. It's a lot of conditioning, understanding, and training in order to be able to be ready when the time comes. If you were to just thrust all that power onto something that hadn't trained or been ready for it, it would die, and everything would die with it. So we're also hoping that whatever they've been doing to it, it's also not dead or too weakened to deal with all of that. There's a lot of what ifs when it comes to this.
Definitely. I was trying to think of ways to get it out of the city, though, was part of it. Because if one of us could bind to it when we're in it, wouldn't it be able to go back to the plane, and on our way out, we'd be able to... Well, most of us got rings of Find Familiar now. We could bring it out if needed for purification or helping. Just in case it was corrupt. But other than
I don't know. There's a lot of uncertainty around that, honestly. But there's really nothing else we can do about it either. This is going to be one of those things that we're just going to have to try and then pray it works out.
And if it's forcefully bound, we'd have to figure out what it's bound to, wouldn't we?
Yes, because you're not going to want to kill it.
If it takes the mantle, would it also be able to kill the bound person?
Well, I mean, if we can... Look, if the creator deems you not to be bound to the thing, you're not bound anymore. So, I'm saying, like, if it actually can accept the mantle and does so, it doesn't need to be bound anymore.
That's interesting. Well, I guess that's good. It means I'm not necessarily going to die if you need to accept the mantle.
No, and I don't think you're going to live long enough for that to happen anyway. Like, look, you're cool and all, but when Mom leaves, I have to go with her.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And according to Mom, they're really just waiting on Aelin thing to be done, but now that they're more aware of their brother's problems, then there might be other issues that are there, at least. Basically, we can't leave till... Well, they can't leave till, like, the world is stable.
And that's where Zach comes into play. He could probably take the mantle and fix that fuck up.
Pretty much. And you see, it's a little early, but he'll do his best, I'm sure. He's got a lot more... He's had time to acclimate.
Well, I guess he's also got a little bit of help from Lila, who was previously chosen.
Yeah. They are the oldest out of all of us, I believe.
Huh. Well, excluding the Elenthiel's child right now.
Well, yeah, we don't really count that one because it's supposed to be a creator already.
Finishing up ice cream and getting up and heading out to walk. How much was it? Or is that all still covered?
5 gold.
Alright, put that on table.
You guys, like, shared an ice cream cake.
Please tell me it had like some elven comic strip character or something that he is not aware of. He's like that one.
In
Whichever,
Elven,
I don't care.
it said happy birthday. And it had like a 206 on it. But apparently they never came to pick it up, so they were selling it.
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's flat out depressing, man.
Yeah,
I
like,
didn't need this.
The people that were like there too looked also sad about it, and they're in a soft whisper. They're like, they died in the war.
Don't do this to me right now. Why you gotta be
Why'd you have to
depressing?
tell them? You could have just said they were an asshole and didn't come to pick up the cake. Why'd you have to tell him he died?
Also, you're a kindred, right? So you know a little bit, and looks like you're blessed by Sahara.
Yeah?
I don't know. Have you been able to talk to her?
Yes.
Well, could you ask her for some help? Our people, we haven't had a birth in 45 years.
Which one's asking me this?
It looks to be the wife.
The goat kindred wife? Or not
Yep.
kindred, goat elf wife?
Yep. Maybe, I know it's probably far-reaching, and Elenthiel's the one that created us, and she probably can't do anything, but anything at this point. We're all starting to worry. The birth rate has decreased drastically over the last 20 years? Or 20 years before the last one that happened, and now they're just not happening. At this rate, I don't think we're going to be able to hold on.
Alright, I'll write your names down and offer a prayer.
Appreciate it.
And I do so. You don't need to like come up with names right now. I'll just say I have written down names.
Godina and Gotrid. And
I see where
Burpson.
she's going with this.
In fact, as you're walking back now, you get a few more people that sort of like, as they see you, they sort of like bow their heads and they offer a prayer, but you don't know it. But Susie tells you later that they were like praying to Sahara for help and guidance.
That's gonna be a lot of help and guidance. Do you think I should ask Aahana to pray with me? I think 2 is better than 1.
I'm going to say this right now. I don't think Sahara can do anything about this, but if it makes them feel better to offer their prayers, then they offer their prayers.
So you don't think anything can be done other than what we're doing now, do you?
Unfortunately, the creators aren't really supposed to intervene. Otherwise, you think that the child would still be in Elmoroth?
True. True.
God, I can't believe that it's been that bad. I wonder what spirits are left.
Well, we got most of a day to kill. before
Probably the
time.
ones that are not usually blessing the elves, like the bugs. Those are probably still a lot around since they don't have as many to support.
We know Owl's still alive, though barely.
And Stag is around.
Well, if the creators aren't going to, or able to, nothing saying we can't. I mean, we are already, right?
Right.
I think I'll spend the day doing my best to help with that. Offer them what I can. I don't have as many spell slots as Aahana or as much divine detection, but I can do things, remove illnesses and what have you.
Oh, so you want to go and see if you can help people?
It's something to do, and anything to bring up spirits around this place, because, look, when they got us, it was like a blizzard. Here it's just like dead fallen snow.
Yeah, it's creepy here. it like this last time?
No, it was the end of spring last time.
By this point, you're outside the inn and you see Fenris and Lufa with asleep Oswald also approaching.
I'll nod to them.
Oswald's slowly coming back around, but he's just stirring.
Hey, you guys get some rest. There's still a decent amount of the day, and then probably the next day or half a day before we even get to the city. I'm gonna ask Aahana, see if she's willing to spend some energy out and about town, help out a little bit.
You guys enter the inn. Aahana, what's been going on?
Well, I've just been keeping an eye on Aelin to make sure he stays in that corner.
Aelin's asleep now.
Oh, I was about to say, or if he passes out, she's gonna take him up to his bed.
You're walking back down the stairs as the group enters the inn.
So, do we feel better?
I think so, but I think we can make other people feel better too. Do you want to join me, Aahana? Spend some of our divine energy, as it were. This place has been just as bad off as the dwarves in their own way.
I mean, of course I don't mind helping out. Can I ask what prompted this?
Well, I was just having a conversation, learning a thing or two about elemental bindings. Get my head off of eating some ice cream. The goat-blessed couple there, and I'd show her their names and stuff, were asking for me to ask Scheherazade for help. And I started noticing that the people bowing their heads around us were probably offering their own small prayers, you know, wings and all. It's not as obvious on Fenris, he's got the rock to hide, but if they can't do anything directly, there's nothing saying we can't.
It's very noble. And I already agreed that yes, I'm willing to help. But at some point, Wilk, you're going to have to accept that as a Valkyrie, this is going to happen a lot, and you can't always do anything. And even in this situation, we're technically not doing anything either.
We have energy to spare. We can help cure some illnesses. Do what we can. If we can't do it all, then we'll just do what we have.
I would also like to help for what it's worth, in what limited capacity I
No,
can.
I'm saying there's nothing wrong with what you're suggesting, and I'm saying that I'm willing to do it. But you're going to have to accept at a certain point you get treated a certain way being a Valkyrie. And you have to realize that, one, people will look up to you, and the second they realize that hasn't helped with what they're needing, such as children, it's going to turn, usually, in my experiences, to rage. So I'm just letting you know that.
I'll take that, as I have to then.
If you can't help them, they'd rather let out their frustrations, so to say.
Is Aelin still unconscious?
He's up in his bed. He's gonna be out for a while.
Looks to Oswald. Oswald, you're probably not doing the best either.
Oswald's unconscious.
He's waking up, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Lufa, I'll leave.
This was a big mistake. I really don't want to be like this right now.
Lufa, I'll send Luson over. The moment he heard anything about Papa, he immediately scurried off. I have no idea where he went, but I'll reach out to him. You can use him to get to us while you're watching over the conked out group. Thumbs up to Lufa.
Thumbs up.
Alright, Fenris.
Alright.
I think we should find any infirmaries to help out after this war. They've got to have a lot of injured.
Yeah.
I mean, she turns to the secretary. Is there anywhere to go to help heal people?
Of course there is. They're on the lower levels, though. It's a lot more difficult bringing bodies up than anything. But there's a hollow in Elentheral's leg next to the staircase down at the bottom. That is where we are currently treating them. And if I may be so bold, I'm sorry for eavesdropping. You'd probably find that our people are a lot more understanding of limitations than most. You have to forgive us, but our desperation is... We're reaching out anywhere, and we're not going to be angry if you can't help.
That's good to know.
Fenris, what have you done with Oswald? Are you still holding him, or have you just set him down?
No. Fenris took Oswald and set him in his bed.
As a note,
He is crawling the fuck out.
I myself have been trying to get pregnant for a good solid 20 years, and it's not happening, and I know you probably can't do anything, but thank you for wanting to.
We'll do our best, if not for the fertility issue, at the very least for those who are still around.
Our healers are probably quite exhausted. They've been doing this for a long time now.
Fenris is
No
gonna
doubt.
kind of turn to Rhea, and in Primordial, just be like, so, what can we do?
She smiles at you.
I can heal.
Kind of. Sort of?
I look to Fenris and
Alright.
Aahana, and guiding us out, I'll whisper amongst them. No magical items or anything of that regard. We're still in an area where such things can be considered taboo, and we don't want to cause any more problems. Magic casting alone is already rough. At the very least, they know we have elemental guides to do it for us.
I do also have a healer's kit.
So does
So you guys
Oswald.
gonna do the long climb down?
I'm going to
Yep.
suggest grabbing Fenris and we glide down. Save our
Alright.
energy for the walk up, because that's a long fly.
Fenris, are you cool with it?
I am so cool with this.
Alright, so with the two of you working
You're
together,
being glided down by Wilk, and who doesn't have a lot of experience, and Aahana, who is drunk, slightly
Yep.
drunk.
and Fenris is really, really large, so as you guys like sort of fly up with one, you guys are basically you've got one arm each, right? And you're like holding it to your chest and doing your best. You know that you are a lot closer to the mountains than you thought you were. Apparently each one of these slow ass steps is a long step.
Yep.
And you guys are actually at the edge of the forest, it looks like, and it looks like you guys he's not slowing down. As much as you can tell, as you float down, you see him take another step into what looks to be where the trees start turning into pine trees, and it's officially no longer the forbidden forest of Thyril.
So it's gonna be an interesting morning.
You float down.
The whole time I'm mentally reaching out to Lusan to make sure he goes up to help Lufa.
Lusan, all you get back from Lusan currently is Papa!
Oh no.
I am doing the good zoomies with my brothers.
I will fill him in on the situation, but I don't hold my breath.
I have killed a dwarf father. I have tasted blood.
Oh no.
Bappies of the forbidden bappies.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Anyway,
Blood
You
tastes
guys-
like mushroom.
float down and manage to basically realign yourself thanks to Elentheral's slow movements, and step inside this little hollow near the base of his left foot. Inside there is... Immediately, it's an overwhelming scent of copper, and you can smell as well, like, stagnation and a bit of infection. It's that soured scent of wounds that are trying to heal, but poison, other shit. They're trying, but they're not. You see like 6 different healers tending to these about 40 injured people. They're all spread out. They have curtains up in between beds. There's plenty of room, of course. There's a lot less people than you expected. considering the war and how many dwarves there were. There was easily 3 times the number of dwarves. And they don't have time to really look at you. Currently, it looks like someone's getting one of their legs removed, and others are currently trying to help stabilize a bunch of other people.
Divide and conquer, then. We'll go to the most wounded, triage rules, and make our way up to the ones that can actually look at us and say words.
All right.
Yep.
For the sake of brevity and not making this a big old thing that's going to be a little nauseating and really long, Rhea will happily follow you around Fenris and use her little, like, healing aura shit that she's got, right?
Alright.
She'll do it here and there, like, as much as she can. She's even going to push herself a little bit, and that's when you stop her because she actually starts hurting herself.
Oh, yeah.
But she does the best she can, and she manages to stabilize at least 5 people.
Nice.
Which is that's a help, man. That's a help.
Oh, yeah.
For the other 2, if you're willing to exhaust yourselves, Susie is more than willing. Pinky, you're not sure how he feels about that? You remember he said that he refuses to help people that way. So what are you doing?
Convince him that's gonna give us power.
I mean, he's not summon. You guys
No,
realize?
he's not. Yes, I know.
Yeah. No, I'm talking to them. I mean, she can try and talk to him, but I don't know how much it's gonna do. So.
Well, are you gonna try to talk to him?
Yes. Gonna see if, this will help
As you look
aid
around
our
for
mission.
him, and because of that, as sort of like mental summon, he appears in front of you, tentacles crossed, looking cross. Now you call for me.
Oh, God.
I've been waiting for you to come back.
What do you mean?
You
I've been
left
waiting
in
for
the middle-
you to call for me!
Why don't you love me?
Apparently you just don't fucking need me.
You were upset. I was waiting for you to come back.
I have every right to be upset, and also, just so you know, Missy, I have a lot going on over here.
Well, how am I supposed to know that?
You could ask!
You're right. I could have asked.
Right.
I was giving you space because I said I had upset you. I was waiting for you to let me know when you wanted to talk again. My bad.
Apologies somewhat forgiven.
Do you? She like holds up the ring. Do you want to be? Do you want? Because we can do this right now.
As long as you accept my terms.
Call you Zach the Great, right?
Right.
And then the shrimp stuff or any kind of a substitute I can find. If I can't find shrimp, you have to approve it.
Yes. And the third one.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have forgotten the third one.
I refuse to help the people that won't help themselves. You can do what you want, but don't you dare ask me.
I mean, on the right side, they've gone to war.
Can we argue about what helping themselves is? Because I know we did kind of when this was first brought up.
You know,
and so
I
I'm
can
not
read your
exactly.
mind, right?
Yeah. So.
Well, these people are trying to help themselves. I can help.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted
But
to know.
if something is just gonna sit there cowering while something bears down on it about to fucking eat it and doesn't even try to run, I'm not fucking helping it.
Okay, that's a lot more clear. Alrighty. Also, I have some dry crab meat.
Good. Well, I'll need it later. Let's do this.
Before you start on all these rolls, I have a question to ask about this place.
What's up?
Is this just the general place where wounded people are taken?
At the moment, at least from the war specifically.
Oh, okay.
There is a hospital upstairs, up there, but there's not like. To be fair, there's no one up there right now. That hospital is empty.
Because Oswald is definitely trying to crawl out of that bed and will probably hurt himself on the way to try to get down here.
Well, that's Lufa telling you to stop then, not me.
That's
Yep.
Lufa trying. Now he's still drunk, so now he's more headstrong.
It's okay, Lufa. You can come on. Schlorps her in. The only word she'll ever say.
And many
Anyway.
words before.
Because of that, I want you two to expend everything you've got,
Including Susie's magic and shit, yeah.
including. And Zach will also push himself, and between the two of you, you will help 20 additional people.
We can
And
cure
because of that-
diseases.
And because of that, a couple of the menders are actually able to take a nap, and they're thanking you profusely. The air here now smells a bit sweeter, and Zach is now floating around cursing people to stop giving up in a fight as he attempts to help them, while at the same time floating around in a bubble of water because he has to make an entrance.
Zach, I demand you to roll persuasion to make sure everybody is motivated properly. One of
I
them gets
do
up on
have
his one
healing
leg.
spirit, so
Oh, nice.
And he
Just
can use that
spirit in
soil
the
shit
middle
to
of
heal.
people.
Ooh.
He's got the soul bliss or ground, I believe, doesn't he?
Yeah. Look at that. We did the good.
However, you are all three exhausted, and it is well into the night.
Let's sleep until the morning and get back into it.
Agreed.
Looks up the stairs, suffering.
Maybe they'll let me curl up in a corner and sleep down here.
Mentally to Lusan. Make sure Oswald and Aelin know that we're sleeping down here at the foot.
But father, the babbies.
No more forbidden bappies, do your job. You've got to hang out with Papa.
You hear grumbling before it goes away, and then immediately Oswald in front of you appears a vine cat.
He appears like
He grows out of the
Oswald is-
ground.
Oswald is like halfway through the bar. Does the Fox Kindred help Lufa try and drag him back?
He doesn't know how to handle the situation, so he's leaving it alone.
Okay, so literally he's just pulling himself along and she's just sliding on the floor, not being able to get enough friction and traction to stop him.
Crimson Fowl. Late in the night it is. You must go and rest.
I want to help people.
They are helped and father slumbers at the foot
More
of
to
the
help?
great tree. Bappy's your face.
All fears that Louison might have had in the back of his head about Oswald disappear as he's not goopy.
Oh. Grabs pant leg, starts dragging.
Between the two of them, they put Oswald to bed. You might have to do the vine wrap in order to keep him in the bed. But between all of you, eventually, you all get a full night's sleep. Your points of exhaustion are erased.
Woo!
However, the next morning arises and the tension in the air is palpable as you are hearing. You're awoken by sounds that you don't want to hear. Allow me to, real quick, move shit around.
Bagpipes.
Nope.
Or bagpipes.
You are hearing explosions in the distance. Above, for some reason, and below, and all over. You're hearing the nervous sounds of people rushing around the city. And you can tell something's off because you can actually feel Aelin moving beneath you.
God damn it, are they still attacking? Rush out, look outside.
As you look outside, you see there's a barrier a shimmering blue barrier that looks to be made of silken threads erected around Aelin, but ever so often you see some sort of explosive fireball explode against it and it shimmers.
Fenris, you're gonna have to run up these stairs on your own, and Aahana just starts flying up.
In fact, as you are down on the feet, both of you, you see in front of you, you're still a decent ways away, but you see catapulted shit coming at Elthiril, and he's just walking. You don't see any of his Vine Panthers or anything attacking anything or running like forward. It's just him walking through these spruce trees and mountainous terrain.
Do we, like, go try and tell the dwarves to knock it off, or...?
Already flying after Aahana with Thaumaturgy cast, using the shout from it to cease fire. Not that they're gonna listen, but he can
Oh,
try.
you're heading towards the dwarves.
Yeah.
You're still a couple days away.
Oh, okay. I didn't know where it was.
Wait, you're a full day away. You guys are gonna probably reach it at this speed by nightfall.
Mm.
So you try, and then you realize how far away you really are, and you're like, ah.
They just got range. It's their
Yes, they
artillery.
do.
What happened to the damn letter we sent?
Takes time for the letter to get back.
And then for them to decide whether or not they're gonna listen to the letter.
The carrier owl probably got obliterated by artillery.
You know, we probably should have thought of that.
I thought about it myself. I'm like, fuck it with the chat. I guess we'll instead go up and check the mail and see if there's a reply when we get there.
Well, when you get to the top, you note that all of the stores are closed, and what few people running around are heading into buildings and then closing up. And you can tell that everyone's trying to, like, hunker down in case the shield goes down.
Yeah.
Where are you heading? Also, Oswald, you are awake now. So is Aelin. This is what you're hearing outside. What are you doing? As Fenris is doing his best to climb to the top.
Literally flies out of the door at top speed.
Aelin?
It's gonna kind of go and look out the window, like, fucking wonderful. Throw a sword
Flies
and
back,
walk out.
remembering that Aelin's a thing.
Oswald, did you activate Goop this morning?
Nope.
Alright, so Lusan is not stuck to you screaming.
Just as
The two
soon
of
as he
you-
sees Oswald, what the fuck is going on?
Grabs from underarms. I don't know!
As the two of you
Flies.
step outside the inn, you see Aahana and Wilk arriving. From the air,
Oh.
specifically.
We are getting close. Dwarves have catapults.
Oh.
Or they're centipedes, or both. Fuck. Did we get a letter in reply yet?
You guys
I
are nowhere
don't
near
know.
the mail.
I didn't check, damn it. We're gonna start rushing upstairs.
You guys are upstairs, you're just now having to go towards the mail place. You guys are outside
Lufa.
the inn.
Lufa, hearing about that, starts sprinting towards the mail place.
Takes you guys a solid, 15 minutes to make it to the mail place. You see in the distance, as you're heading closer to the middle of the city, though, that the owl statue is glowing. Much more so than before. And every time there's an explosion, you see the flicker and the owl statue pulses in light.
They're taking a gamble.
And with this, you guys head to the mail carrier to see that it's locked up tight.
Well,
Damn it, where's my P.O. box?
Fenris, you are halfway up the leg.
Yeah, great.
I apologize heavily. I'm so sorry. I know you're sprinting, it's why I'm letting it happen much faster.
Yeah.
Once you get up there, I promise we'll be heading back down.
get bigger. Take more steps at a time.
Well, it seems
would
like
that
they're
actually
close.
help?
If you want to get bigger and climb, I'm fine with it. I don't know if it's faster. I have no fucking idea, dude. You've seen the picture. I don't fucking know.
Super Mario,
Fuck
mushroom
it.
noise.
Gonna try it.
Alright, you start climbing.
Especially as he's running, he just hears the hammer theme. The do 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 do.
So, you guys are at the Path of Aphids. What are you doing?
Okay, it's
Ahana's
close. We're gonna have.
make her way to the owl. She's gonna say, "You guys can figure this out. I'm gonna go check on that."
Okay. Well, can you tell me where to get to the infirmary you guys were at last night?
We did everything that we could, but it's at the foot. Inside, we kind of passed on the way. I explained to him while, trying to point
We didn't
outside
pass on the way.
window.
You guys got up to the inn, and then we left. So.
No, when we were first climbing up.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah.
it's inside the, there.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a bit.
What are you doing?
I'm going to tell Lufa to keep Aelin out of trouble. I'm gonna tell Aelin to stick with me, and I'm gonna go to the fucking owl after Aahana and
All right.
have Lusan join us.
Aelin, are you gonna go with them?
Yeah, I'll follow. Looking kind of insulted.
So you see it first, Aahana, as you took off first, but all three of you eventually do see, as you hit the central where the owl statue is in the shrine. What you see is Kiandra, arms raised and outstretched, glowing faintly as she's channeling something. Her head is back, and every time the shield takes a blow, you see her stumble backwards, and you see like a bit of blood sort of like blossom on her gown before it fades, and she gets back up and continues. You see behind her pacing is Lignus, looking a little frustrated.
Ahana's gonna get not too close, because obviously she doesn't want to start anything. She's gonna get close. She's like, is there anything I can do to help?
Her aura already emanating.
Yeah, basically. Like her
Fenris
aura
looks to you.
or sacrifice, like she's trying to take the whatever is happening.
Fenris looks to you.
Lignus does.
Do
What?
you wield magic?
Yes.
Fenris ain't there.
Lignus.
Sorry,
Or she
not
meant
Fenris.
Lignus.
Sorry. Yeah, Lignus, I apologize. He points to the statue. Channel your magic in there. That's the only thing you can do to help at the moment.
She's going to grab.
It's a giant soul stone. It should take it pretty
Yeah.
easily.
She's gonna grab the feather of Sahira's eye, and she's gonna be like, "If you can give me just a little bit of an extra kick, that would be very welcome right now, Sahira." And she's gonna walk up, and she's gonna just start pouring everything she can into it.
Appreciate it. What about you, Wilk? You walk up to this.
He's going to do the same. He's going to look up at Susie to do the same. But as he's going over, he looks to Aelin and goes, Aelin, I need
Alright.
you to give things to this now. Everything you got, pump it in.
Just looking very confused.
You might be a high elf traveler, and you may not like your father, but you were raised as a wood elf of a forest. Right now, the soul of that forest, that world is suffering. You give your energy to it, it will help. And then I touch it, leaving the decision up to him.
We're all gonna touch it.
Wilk, you said you were. It's Fenris. Aha! Lignus! You said you were able to. You were a noble of the dwarves of some kind. Is there anything I can do to tell them to stop once we get there? Unfortunately, Kiandra's gotten in her head that she's not going to let this barrier down until they stop firing, because Elendiro apparently can't handle it, and he's already fucked up as it is. So, I need to get them to stop.
I'll do what I can. The issue is that, as a noble, I would have... This is coming from, like, days away everywhere, isn't it? Almost, the fire.
The fire is coming from that half a day away. It's coming from easily Gardoon's west gate.
We've already sent word. I thought that we might be able to fly over there and inform them ourselves, since clearly they haven't gotten word back yet, but...
Well, then I would suggest you stop channeling, because you're going to need your energy once we get there.
I do so. Yeah.
I would offer my own, but I don't have any. He just starts pacing.
Right. Once I'm there, they won't press the attack under my command. It'll be shaky at first, but we can solidify it.
We're going to be counting on you, please. He looks worried. For a moment, you see like the anger drain from his face. He looks at Kiandra, who stumbles back again as another barrage hits the shield. And you just see this look of pain. And just the inability to do anything. He feels so helpless.
I can give Kiandra guidance as a cantrip, I guess.
There's nothing you can do for
I
her
know.
right now.
God,
it
I
was
wish I hadn't
funny.
ran out to the fucking infirmary. I
It's all
have
good.
ideas on what I could have done up there.
It's all good. It's why people have their decisions they make.
Fenris
I
is
did-
you.
I hadn't thought there was a giant fucking soul stone. Ah!
So,
I know it's probably not doing anything, but Aahana is within range of her aura of sacrifice, so Kiandra is in it. Because she's just like, God damn it, let me do something.
And Susie's aura of shielding.
are you leaving Susie there?
Yes.
All right, because Susie wants to stay anyway. So as you fly off, Wilk, you meet Fenris just as he finally gets to the top and like drops down into the city, and you're like, oh hi.
What do I do to help?
The giant owl statue. Go there and channel any magic and energy you can into it. It'll help. I don't know what you can do as Grak, but Keandra's keeping a barrier
Fenris is
up.
already gone.
Yeah.
So, Wilk, as you start flying away, and Fenris, as you start running towards the center, you all note that the threads that are making up this shield start to glow gold. And
Perfect.
Susie is perched atop you, Aahana, currently, and she's basically empowering your aura protection in order to soften the fucking blows. It's channeled now directly to the shield.
With what light?
The shield takes half damage.
And Fenris, as you skid to a halt there, seeing fucking, Lignus just pacing, and he looks to you, and you know what you need to do. Susie is going to stand up, and she's going to start a sandstorm around Elentheril. So
Rhea,
she's
you
now
mean?
like... Did I not say Rhea?
You said Susie.
Yeah, you
My
said
God,
Susie. I
you're
got
good.
very
So sorry.
confused.
Rhea is going to start a sandstorm around Elentheril. But that's going to knock her out for the thing. By the way, when this is over, both of them are going to be unsummoned. They're going to be tapped.
Noted.
Okay.
If Zach wants to do anything, he can, but I don't know if he even has the ability to.
Zach's just kind of like sitting there like, this is one of the first times I've felt like I can't do shit.
Lila,
One,
do
because
something.
he used all of his stuff last night to help heal. And I think he has to, actually drain soul to be able to do stuff.
Yeah, exactly. He's like,
So,
I can't
yeah.
physically do anything here. Fuck.
Lila's an observation wizard. She could help.
I'm imagining in my head he goes, I'll use words of encouragement. Do better,
She's also
you fool!
just yeah, right. She's also just an elemental right now and a
Yeah.
ranger pet. She can't do anything here. She gives her spell slots though.
Yeah.
And without it being needing to be said, all spell slots are drained for this.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So, Wilk, you kind of flying and keeping an eye on shit as Elentheril walks. Those of you channeling to the Soul Stone get tapped out about an hour or two later, and you still have several hours to go, but the children are still doing their best. They're still hanging in there. You guys feel exhausted. It's not great. But,
Fenris
Lignus
is
will
going
leave.
to try and pray to Grak for more stuff to throw into this.
You get the feeling that he's doing that through Rhea at the moment.
Okay.
Lignus will, once you guys are unable to do anything more, he'll leave and he'll come back with, a plate of food and drink because while you are drained like this and tired and exhausted, you're also ravenously hungry.
Ugh, thank you.
Exhausted. I can't lift my arms to eat.
It's
Slaps face into
appreciated
food.
nonetheless. I pray those chosen children can hang on there for just a little bit longer. What are you doing for the next few hours, hon?
Well, he's like, you need to go fucking do something, so I'm gonna try to go fucking do something ahead of time.
Alright, so you want to try to dash to the dwarves?
Better yet, I dash out of Elentheril. I shove some cotton into my ears from some of our gathered silks and shit. Put the mask on over my nose, say a soft prayer for fast wings, and I dive. And just fucking Griffin storm bomb forward.
Alright.
Cotton in the ears
Acrobatics.
just in case I break the sound barrier and blow out my eardrums.
You do your best.
23. That's
You
almost a nat
definitely
20.
can move about 4 times your speed at the moment. You will get there first. Not by much, but by enough. So, as Elentheril is in the distance leaving the tree line, you get to the dwarves. What do you do?
Are they outside of their gate?
Currently, there's a fucking army fighting against the nature who is now retreating into the woods as Elentheril takes his first step outside of the wood itself. And now the dwarves are all staring up with this look of fuck. But the bombardment seems to be coming from up above the gate.
I fucking rocket towards it, cast Thaumaturgy, which gives me like a thundering, booming voice as a cantrip. And I call out in Dwarven, under orders of Bear and Deep River, cease fire and fall back behind the gates. As I start rocketing towards the gates myself.
All right. You watch as that's enough for most of the dwarves who don't have any noble titles to start running. Elenthiril himself stops about a solid step away from the forest and then just sort of waits. It doesn't happen immediately with the bombardment. Eventually you hear some shouts from below as you get to the gates, and the bombardment does cease.
Panting after a borderline crash landing. Grab the nearest running dwarf. Where's the commanding officer?
Up, above. He's like, up there.
Go straight for it.
You get above the gates. And then you see down below you a commander. And he looks at you and he's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I need you to order a ceasefire now. They are here with envoys of peace.
They're not attacking?
No.
Why didn't you send word?
We sent a letter. It didn't get here in time. That tree is fast.
He's just sort of like hand down face. He kicks someone. Go send a fucking word to the king. He runs. Up at the tree. As it's been a solid couple minutes since the last bombardment, Keandra finally just like lets the barrier fall and like sort of like sits down with this look of, I'm so tired. You immediately got fucking Lignus scoops her up and carries her into the back. You guys don't see them anymore. The owl is no longer glowing, and the two children pop out of existence.
Oof.
You can sense that they are exhausted.
Well,
What a fun morning.
I am kind of glad I didn't eventually make my way up there, because the only thing I could think to do would be to start sacrificing random infusions I had. I counted 77. I'm gonna roll a d77 and sacrifice one of my abilities.
Jesus.
Oh god. Sacrifices the abilities.
You're down there making sure everything's good, and in the fucking place with like you made it down to like the infirmary, and you're helping out a little bit as everything's going on.
So much healing mist pouring out of there. It looks like they all just decided to stop and take a vape break. It's leaking so much like cyan.
Are you telling me you
steam.
hotboxed the infirmary?
Yes, it is leaking so much cyan steam. I'm sure at least some of their scouts are like, did something hit Elenthiril?
I informed the captain it's safe to pull the wounded off of the field as quickly as possible.
Oh, it's happening. We'll be watching, he said. If that thing makes any sort of movement, it's going down. He looks terrified, though, despite his words.
I do my best to calm his nerves a little bit. It's okay.
Pocket knife saying, I'll kill that bear.
So what is everyone doing now?
Well, I feel like Aahana can't do anything, so...
The food helps a little bit. You can move around. You don't have a point of exhaustion, but you're definitely drained of all spell. Same with you, Fenris. And Aelin.
Yeah. Do we wait for probably just him to come back out and inform us if there's anything?
Probably, but we should get what rest in we can. And Fenris is just gonna go up to like a bench or something and pass out.
Alright. Alright, Oswald, you did good. It's okay. It's okay. What are you doing, Wilk?
I take a 10-minute breather because I just did a marathon, the equivalent. But once all said and done, is this like the end of the day or is this morning again?
Oh yeah, it's the sun's like setting.
And they plan on going in the morning, I'm guessing.
You don't know.
I mentioned to the captain, I'm gonna get back there. I'm gonna see if they're planning on coming in now. A peace envoy, 2 of them. or if we're planning on waiting until the morning.
We're still a week's away from the main city, so they're not gonna even know about what's going on here for a couple days.
Hopefully that will be enough time for the envoys to make it through, and them already be prepared for them.
Fuck if I know. Good luck, though. If they didn't get any sort of letters, I don't know if the king is gonna be willing to see them, and if what sort of envoys coming in here that needed to come on the fucking tree.
He takes in a deep breath, looks the dwarf in the eye, and says, Keandra and Lignus, the two leaders of the elven people.
What?
Then he just flies away.
Just look at him, let him sink in a little bit. You heard me right.
What makes you think they're gonna let them in the city?
We have sent ahead that we would like to speak with the king himself.
Yeah, but you didn't. What if they don't accept it?
All the houses have all admitted that they would like peace. And with envoys themselves proving that they're willing to work, and you won't have to die for this war for resources, there could be a good balance here.
It'd be nice to see my family again, but still. The king's stubborn. You're banking a lot on a letter.
Oh, you should see the person helping deliver the letter. She's my cousin, and she'll kick his ass if he says no, most likely.
Alright. He's just sort of like, he starts descending the stairs back into the fucking gate.
After finishing my breather, I'll start heading back towards Elenthirel.
You head back in time to see that Fenris is fucking asleep. Aelin and Aahana, what you doing?
She'd probably just pass out at the table, facing the food.
Aelin?
He's just kind of sitting on the floor with a blank, drained look on his face. He still isn't entirely sure what's going on here.
I look around. Just my friends, no other people or anything. Look to Aelin. Where are the leaders at?
Lazily points towards the door. Well,
The shrine door, you're fine.
thank
So
you,
they're
yes.
resting. This is going to be a morning endeavor then. Understandable. Well, hunker down. It's gonna get interesting.
Interesting as in I get to actually whip my blade? Or interesting as in I have to deal with more feckin' politics?
Most likely more politics.
You just see a little piece
From
of
the
him die.
table. Yeah.
I
A
know.
little spark goes out
I
behind his
know.
eyes.
But this is good. This is really good. I promise you all as much combat as you want after we have handled this dwarven situation.
I've heard that promise before.
And I'm going to join them in the rest.
Alright, you guys rest.
We're all
You've
just
actually
sleeping
just
outside of
sleep
the
there. In fact, you get woken in the morning by the twins, who tell you that the leaders are waiting at the foot of Elenthirel for you. You guys haven't eaten in a couple days. Your stomachs, well, those of you that channeled ate last night. I'm guessing you also fed yourself last night, hun, right?
Yeah,
All right.
before I
then we'll be
pass
good.
out.
Oswald didn't.
We'll make sure he eats.
He is still there.
In fact, Oswald, you're the one that's like looks out and you see Keandra riding a albino stag, and at her side, Fenris. Why do I keep saying Fenris? Lignus in his wolf form, waiting.
He turns whatever elf is helping him with like surgery on someone or something, like, I gotta go, I'm sorry. Just leaves what's left of his medical supplies and just zooms out.
I mean, I guess the second they told them that, Aahana would start flying out.
And you're helping the two that can't fly.
She'd probably grab Aelin, just because she has to be in charge of him.
Oh, not because she likes him or anything, no.
All right.
I look to
Wilk,
Fenris.
strength.
And a part of me internally cries.
Can I assist Wilk with strength by giving him a bear hug?
You are not helping anything by
All
doing
right.
anything, unfortunately.
If I had flown straight up to that plaza, which is where I was gonna go to try and meet everyone, would I be there in time to help him?
You would leave the 2 leaders there?
Yeah, I saw there going, so I'm like, shit, where's my party?
They would have saw you and waved you over.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Strength, motherfucker.
Get
I-
fucked, guys.
I say I say a soft prayer and cast guidance on myself.
You can pick
With-
them up.
That's a 20, baby.
You're definitely gonna be sweating, but you can get them down there.
I've been getting a workout lately.
You do know,
Fenris
by the
does
way.
just grab like handfuls of food from the table,
Hopefully
like
the stable's at
wraps
the
it
bottom.
up in a tablecloth and just. Yep.
And I do know what, honey?
That Susie is no longer on this plane.
Yes, and she's not going to be for a bit. She's asleep. I hope our drakes are there.
As you get down there, they are. Everyone's starting to mount up and get ready.
Fenris hands the makeshift bag of food to Oswald.
Not even hiding it anymore. Wilk looks like exhausted shit.
Alright.
Doing his damn best, though. Looks to fucking Fenris. You know, you can take the armor off now and again.
Yeah, it didn't occur to me last night.
Oh god, the bagpipes are back.
So as you guys mount your drakes, you actually, the weirdest thing, while you can't read the giant wolf's expression, Keandra looks excited. She's sitting side salad on this big stag, and once you guys are all mounted up, she actually leads the way.
I follow right beside her as best I can because fucking nobility.
She side whispers to you, appreciate it, I don't know how they're gonna handle me.
He whispers back, don't worry, neither are they.
Do I at least look important?
I whisper back, absolutely keep your head up.
Okay. She like lifts her head. She's like, and she also whispers, I'd offer to just be a stag, but like, I don't have the energy.
That's fine. I think your husband might actually enjoy this. They like to yell a lot at each other and get things done that way. He might actually be able to get a good fight in, and they might like him for it.
Yeah. You guys approach the door, which is closed currently, and there's a line of dwarves all sweating and staring at the giant tree. Basically, like a guard.
We ride forward.
They don't seem to want to move.
Keep going. Step aside, please. We're trying to get through. These are the envoys of peace.
You hear dwarven grumbling, and some of them start to step aside as the door starts to open.
Sorry.
Aelin, as we have stopped briefly, you feel a woody hand grasp at your back. Are you still wearing Lufa's clothes?
Yes, he refuses to take them off.
Lufa is trying to take them off of you. She does not want to appear naked during the peace talks.
Kind of grumble under his breath, but he will give them back. His energy reserves are at 0.
There's no, like, lack of dwarven eyes staring at you all as you guys pass through this whole, like, military encampment and head towards the road that, leads to Gardoon. None of the dwarves are saying anything, which is a fucking miracle. But then again, there's a giant wolf that's easily, like, 8 times their size right there, and that's just scary.
One of them whispers, holy shit, she's fucking an animal. A completely new fucking horror genre has been born.
There we go. Say a new facet of racism.
I thought you were going to say porn category for the dwarves.
Oh god.
Both.
You are now back underground. How is it?
I
All I know
already
is the
missed the
next-
sky again.
The third installation of Dagger Ear is going to have a protracted bestiality sex scene.
What's wrong with you? So you guys have 5 days to go. Sorry, 6 days, honestly.
So, how y'all like
is the entire
bagpipes?
tunnel, like, lined with dwarves?
Nope.
Okay.
There's no one there anymore.
Just Aahana. Wilk!
Aahana, yes.
10 copper. They don't let us through the gate for a while.
Snirks. I'll take the bet. How long's a while?
I'm gonna say at least a day. They're gonna make us sit outside it for a day.
You're on. Look to the fucking members of Elvish leadership. Can you hear the bagpipes yet?
I think they're charming.
They don't stop.
Ever.
Try staying here for 3 weeks.
I haven't heard these since we made that peace treaty.
I think this is
Single
going to be
tear
interesting.
rolls down Aelin's cheek.
Excuse me. I don't. What are the official titles? I need to ask that. I'm sorry. I don't know much
just Lady
about politics.
Kiandra.
Lord and Lady, then? Would that be it?
Sure.
I don't mean to offend, and I don't mean to belittle. I just genuinely don't know if you've had time with everything going on. Do you both know Dwarvish?
Of course.
Okay, good. We all know it now. I'm so tired of having to translate it for people. He says with a spectral beard and moose antlers on his face.
Oh, Aelin! We should keep doing the Elvish lessons.
I just heard mild robot.
Hatter, you're dying on us. Oh,
Oh
Uh-oh.
no.
Aelin really
Is
doesn't want
that
to be-
better?
Yes.
Yes.
My
Yes.
God.
There we go.
We did not hear your response to Aahana.
It was a mild cry.
So, for the first night, Kiandra is fucking enamored with this whole camping out thing. She hasn't done, according to her, talking to fucking, Lignus, who is now unshifted, that they haven't done this in a while, and she's so excited.
Just don't wander off into the passages. They call them the caverns of time. Time travels weird there.
Oh,
There's a way to get to the Underdark.
There's also a whole bunch of, mean things in there. We came across a bunch of zombie troglodytes last time that I was in the side roads.
they're
Aahana
both staring
slapped-
at you with this weird
slapped
look.
the surface. I still want to know what was up with that bone place.
That was
Bone
creepy
place?
as what it was.
Was I there for that?
No.
No,
Was
that's
that-
where
was that when
Aelin
my-
got all of his bones.
Turns head to Aelin. You have bones?
I think it was for a sign of respect, if anything.
Just takes his dwarven skull out.
Turns to Wilk, a sign of respect.
I did have some
Aelin.
teeth.
Wilk, he stole bones. I don't think that's a sign of respect anywhere.
Oh no,
yeah.
I was absolutely pissing on their graves.
Kiandra and
No,
Lignus,
no.
they're like, shit, we should have banished them.
Long.
No, they look Kiana looks enamored. She's watching and she's paying attention to everything you guys say. Lignus is turned into this cold, he has no readable emotions on his face, but he's always looking around.
He's on guard. Yeah, actually, we have some interesting items from down there. Have you ever seen water that ages?
Not ever.
I pull out a vial. Don't actually touch this.
Apparently,
yeah.
hypothetically, there also would have been a whale that de-ages.
Fascinating.
You see that single gray streak in Aelin's hair?
Yeah.
He touched
And
it.
reaches up to cover it.
Huh.
Also found it was a troll, a mountain shaman troll. It was a very interesting individual. Just handed us a stick, said that it did things, and it did things.
Shamanism is quite unique.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, you guys been another one? I missed a lot when I had to go off to Anaku, didn't I?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, about that. Oswald, she looks to you and kind of scooches closer and she bows her head. I'm very sorry for your loss. How are you doing?
I've had time to process it. Still not doing great about that, but at least I know he died doing something important and what he would want to do.
I'm very
Wish
sorry.
I had spent more time with him. The fact that he was able to hold on for so long with something that incapacitated a, I believe Anaku's a direct child of Elantero, right?
No, he's created alongside Elantero.
Oh, okay, so like a sibling.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to stand up to something that was able to incapacitate Anaku so much for so long does make me kind of proud, I guess.
He was a very potent man indeed.
He was
Yeah.
a beast. Ironically.
Why don't you tell me some stories about him?
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't spend a lot of time with him after I got my primalism training. That's when he went off to, as I found out later, write this, pulls out giant fucking book.
She looks enamored.
But when he was helping me, because he kind of gave me some lessons in primalism before I learned it, and we would just go around hunting for game and animals, and he was definitely, well, there's a reason why I always assumed nothing would ever kill him, because he was more of a monster than most things we found in the woods.
Will you tell her stories until you fall asleep?
Yes, I tell her the story of the time that he hunted and killed a dire bear that had gone rabid with his bare hands.
Nice.
Aahana's gonna badger Aelin into an elvish lesson.
He'll eventually relent and actually try.
By the way, when he was hunting him down with his
Hell
bare
yeah.
hands, Oswald was strapped to his back in a baby harness. Oswald never questioned who made the baby harness. He's now realizing his dad must have known how to make a baby harness. Because his mom would definitely have not allowed that.
I want to learn more Elvish too, Aelin.
Aelin, roll.
You're over
Wisdom
there
or
learning
intelligence?
Wisdom.
Fenris
versus-
will assist.
Wisdom, thank you.
right next to the elf, who's just here like, and then he grabbed the bear by the face and swung it into a tree. I love the absurdity of our fucking sessions.
Wilk, you feel like you've learned quite a bit tonight. Aahana, you're getting there.
Well, yeah, now I know Sylvan, and apparently Sylvan's just ye old Elvish. It's starting to come together.
According to Lignus, he will keep watch, you all sleep.
I will
Alright.
do so to show trust and not wake up, period.
Well, according
Yeah.
to him, he doesn't trust that you guys will be able to catch
Sure.
everything. Considering that he walked up to Oswald and Oswald didn't see him.
Fair enough.
I mean, can't really argue with that.
Oswald will still stay up a little bit, but he's not like obviously actively on watch. He's just scribbling for a little too late,
Mm-hmm.
and then he'll go to bed.
The days will go much in this fashion. Kiandra seems to... She looks like she gets younger every day that she continues camping out like a fucking ruffian. She loves it.
Cue the montage of just us getting up to shit.
Pretty fucking much.
I'll regale her with the story of how we found a legendary weapon and how the Dwarves of the Frost are going to help us reforge it should we find these special items.
That's great.
I'm-
She loves all of the stories you tell her.
I'm imagining Aahana offhandedly mentions the it was a piss axe, right? We found down in the
No.
cavern.
We did
There
find
was
the
a piss
axe.
axe.
Yes.
Oh god, the piss axe. I forgot about the piss axe.
Yeah, you guys
That is one of
found
the
piss
few
axe.
things that I remember from what little I watched of that time.
Well, we did find one of
Also-
those.
I was definitely cooking for a few days at least.
I'm sure someone will give her assistance.
Tank.
Kiandra will actually. She enjoys cooking. It's one of the few pastimes that she's been allowing herself between everything.
When
Well,
interacting
good
with
hobby.
Chandra, Lufa definitely makes sure her mask is on at all times because she doesn't know how she'll react. So if she mentions anything like that, then fine. But
The mask was taken, remember?
oh right, the mask was taken. Never
You
mind.
never
It's
went
just
back to get the clothes, unfortunately.
because I assumed they'd all be closed down.
Yeah, they are,
Yeah.
don't worry. No one expected that.
I'll then tell them the story about how Aelin is officially both human, quote unquote, and Gardoon nobility because he's marrying not just 3 dwarves, but one of them is the next head of household for the Firebeards, and explain the Firebeard shenanigans.
Wait, he's a New Alden?
Correct.
Why didn't he introduce himself as a New Alden?
I think he forgets most of the time.
We have good relations with that family.
Just from the distance. I didn't forget!
He's very awkward and bad at first impressions, sorry.
Next time you see your brother, I think is the one I met. Tell him I say hi. Also, has he settled down yet? I keep telling him I could probably cook him up with someone. We have plenty.
No, not at all.
Just snickering.
Oh,
When he
that's
had
too
to
bad.
visit to help solidify the whole political marriage thing, he flirted relentlessly with Wilk's cousin Day until she stormed off.
She just sighs.
He's a special character.
He hasn't changed at all.
Nope.
On the bright side, speaking of potential love in the air, we visited quite the interesting grove in that town, as you suggested, and a certain someone might have found a rather interesting gentleman to be interested in.
When she realizes who you're talking about, you see she gets immediately depressed. I'm glad she's doing well.
She is.
Seeing her depressed, Oswald's just like panic. Other story. Should we tell them about the time we saved Starfur?
Was that you? I heard
Yep.
stories about that.
It was an interesting contract, that's for sure.
Alright, so you guys just storytelling every night, I guess, unless there's something else you guys want to do. Shall we get to the Dwarven City itself?
Yep, I will tell her all the shenanigans with the dwarves that we had, being Deep Dwarf, the Frost Dwarves finding the Frost Salamander, and the fucking Spider Rave that we accumulated throughout the city. I'm basically prepping her with dwarves.
While having to fight off Oswald, who wants to tell her about all the monsters like the Eldronga and shit. With
She
visual
accepts
aids
all
in
in
his
any-
Eldronga.
She accepts all in any stories. She seems she likes just knowing what's going on, honestly. The stories of like adventure that she never got to do.
Oh god, and the fucking Belia. Definitely tell her about that. Oh god.
Eh.
But finally, you guys reach the gates, in which case you see, of course, the... Yes, what's up?
Before that, at some point, Fenris would have taken the time to use his ring.
Oh, yeah, you can resummon her.
Same.
Go ahead. They're back. They look relieved that it worked.
Aahana?
Fenris immediately gives Rhea the good plate.
She eats it happily.
Yes.
Can you summon Zach at all?
I'm right fucking here.
What?
Zach is literally floating in your face right now.
Oh, okay. Shit. I didn't see you.
What? Am I that unforgettable? Zach the Great? Really?
Yeah, pretty forgettable.
How dare you? You're now wet.
I didn't forget you.
That's
Fenris
okay.
is wet.
Room to dry himself.
Wet again.
Dry.
Wet!
Dry.
Wet.
Dry.
This is gonna happen for a while.
Oh, yes.
Does that hit
Sweet.
Fenris?
Actually, I think so, barely.
I think it matches.
So, yeah.
Yep, matches.
Just
Aggressor
smacks
wins.
you
She's
with
aggressor.
her tail. 13 bludgeoning. She wasn't holding back.
There's
How
now
dare you interfere, woman!
There's now a new tourist attraction. The
Now both of you are
imprint,
wet.
the imprint of Fenris in the cave wall.
Just making sure you're here. I feel like it's good to have, well, all the chosen children out and ready.
I'm still a little tired, so no big casts if that's okay.
I gotcha.
And finally,
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys, what's up?
Sorry, I was gonna say, like, oh yeah, you guys say you can like tap into their power to do that. Is that just the thing that the chosen children can do?
I mean, we have a direct connection to our parents, yes, but we can also just draw from ourselves here and there as well. If you're in a dire strait.
I think any elemental can do it, though.
That part, yes.
Oh, I never even tried to do that with Lutha.
It's probably
I
for
don't
the
know
best. It's not healthy.
Yeah, I usually have enough.
All right. So, as you guys finally see the checkpoint in the distance, you see a familiar pill bug outside of it, and a very, 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 very angry-looking deep dwarf who's pacing.
Well, this is the part where I get embarrassed.
Hi, Day.
Hello.
She speed walks up to Wilk's dragon.
I dismount, at least just aim for the stomach and not the crotch.
She stops, stares up at you, shakes her fist. How dare you not tell me where you're going, what you're planning, so I can get everything done properly in time and not have to rush around like a chicken with her head cut off.
Apologies, I was in the moment with the others. We all kind of got carried away and just immediately took off.
I
In
was
his
the one that was
defense-
supposed to get you into the king using the shit you were doing, since I know what the fuck I'm doing. You didn't even... Are these... You brought them! You actually...
In
She-
his
she
defense,
turns-
we really thought this was going to take a lot longer than
She's
it did.
shushing you with her hands, and she turns to looks at Kiandra and bows deeply. My apologies, lady. I'm still working on getting an in with the king. Unfortunately, because of that, you're not allowed in the city. So I thought I'd come here and tell you myself. I am deeply ashamed about this.
I throw 10 copper to Aahana.
Needless to say, I will be making sure that you all get good food, maybe something comfortable. I'm sorry. Kiana just looks a little embarrassed, like, it's fine. I guess I should have waited a couple days before heading this way.
Lutha looks very offended when she's like, good food.
Now, while I work with the king, work on getting the king to agree to this, I have my first meeting with him tomorrow.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You can come with if you want, but those two have to stay here.
Ruminating which is the better idea. Staying with them or going.
Look, just give me a day. I'll come to you tomorrow, and I'll hopefully have convinced him that this is a good thing. Because apparently we've also got word yesterday that the trees outside of that fucking gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to send you a letter warning you of that, but
Yeah,
it didn't
that
get here
arrived
fast enough.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a lot faster than we thought. We apologized.
No, it's fine. It's just we're not, in martial law or anything. She's just sort of like getting onto her fucking beetle right now. It's like, I'll see you tomorrow. Rolls away.
So that was my cousin. She's acting head of house and acting, well, politician of the house, I should say.
Remind me to get her a gift as an apology. What do you think the king would like?
Do you have any way to regrow hair?
Yes? Why?
He'd probably
Uh,
appreciate that.
A minor noble played a prank on him by making all of his hair fall out.
You see her like start to smile and laugh, and then stop herself.
If you want a gift for Day, get her a better gun so she can shoot politicians more. That's apparently how they negotiate.
She's still trying to hold back like snickers.
What is Lignus's reaction to hearing she negotiates by shooting politicians?
You can't tell. He's a big wolf. He's just staring at the fucking the blockade with this. It's just in an intense wolf stare.
We all see in the top right of our vision, Lignus's appreciation towards Day increased 50.
So are you all setting up camp for this?
Yep.
For the day and night.
Aahana puts the 10 copper in her coin purse. I called it.
I was expecting at least 2 days they would have known. Damn.
At some point, there is like a fucking 5-star meal delivered, as well as I don't know if you could call cots first class, but these cots have silk blankets and padding and shit.
These cots are the closest thing ever to a cot that's first class.
Yeah.
These are what
And
the senator's
They do
children
keep
sleep in when they're at
a
war.
servant that's volunteered to basically run off and get anything they might need. He's now kind of like a part of the camp, but on the edge.
Oh god, Oswald has an idea. We let other people do things, but he has an idea.
What are you guys doing for the day and night?
Fenris is just vibing.
We'll let the servant enjoy food with Lufa if he likes.
Oh, Lufa is turning her nose up at the fucking food and making her own, so let me roll that.
How dare they try to feed us?
20 She
Nice.
makes a 5-course meal.
I
Wastes
mean, that's
like
what was delivered too.
she wastes 8 days of rations on it.
Dear God.
She's so upset. Aahana will eat what Lufa cooks.
Was anyone else asking the servant for anything?
I don't think so.
Nope.
Oh,
Aelin,
Oswald
what
has
are
a
you doing?
terrible idea. Go ahead, Aelin.
Oh, he's just sitting eating. Sorry, I zoned the fuck out.
Yeah, that's why I poked. you.
Sorry, it was 7 days to get along the path,
Yes.
and then Lufa's using another 8.
Aahana, Aelin.
Aahana is going to ask the servant to go to the Venturers Guild and see if her the stuff she ordered from the one person, the fire silk under things, are there.
Okay. He runs off.
Aahana, Aelin.
Yes.
Do you remember what weapon was Dave's preference for hunting with?
He's just kind of thinking back. Can I roll intelligence to remember?
Sure.
All I remember her ever using was her dagger.
Also, Aelin, you have, I think, that swift mind thing feat or something. I think you can recall it. Period.
I think that was another character.
Yeah, that was
Oh, Keen Mind is the
Past
thing that lets
campaign.
you.
North
Keen,
southeast.
Keen Mind is the thing that lets you know the time. It also lets you remember anything that happened in the last 8 months.
Oh. She likes daggers.
I was right.
She
So you
actually
literally
likes
have a
daggers.
you literally have a DM what happened button.
Oh,
Oh, it's within the past month, but yes.
Lady Kia. Keandra. Day likes her knives a lot. Hunting knives.
Ooh. You know, I probably can have something made.
Probably. I think she would be grateful, honestly.
Aelin will pull the obsidian dagger out of his pack, like, could just give her that. I think it was hers to begin with.
That's not a gift then, sir.
You stole one
Turning
of her
stolen
daggers?
property. Well, I
I mean,
think was that the one she
technically-
stabbed you with?
Hey, she left it in me. It's not
I guess
stealing.
mutual crime makes it so it's not a crime. I don't know. Is that servant gonna get back by the end of the day or no?
You'll get back.
Okay. Let me know when
He's
everyone else
running.
has done their shit, and I want to ask him a thing.
Aahana will also feed Zach some dry crab meat.
Oh, he enjoys the crab shit, by the way. Like, he's into it. Still prefers shrimp more, but crab's fine. It's like you kind of like drop it into his bubble of water, and he like tentacles out, grabs it in his mouth.
Yeah, the rock crabs are actually pretty good.
All right, so when the servant returns, he basically says, "Yes, all your shit is there."
Thank you.
Anything else for anyone?
Oswald goes up to the servant and wants to ask him quietly if it's possible he could find a way to bring one of those movie projecting contraptions here, along with a selection of movies that aren't elf offensive.
Man blinks at you and starts to sweat. I don't think so, sir.
What did he ask for? I just got back.
I asked for a movie projector.
No!
Is there no, like, I can give you money to, like, pay them to bring it here. I don't think there'll be ever another time.
The contraption's a lot bigger than you think, sir.
Darn.
You should definitely take them, though, if they're allowed in.
I'll try my best. I'll just have to make sure not to have them see dagger ears or caldera.
Probably for the best.
He goes back, looking slightly dejected.
Can
You guys have any? What's up?
send a letter to the Adventurers Guild for me as well, actually. I know you just got
Oh,
back.
wait.
He perks
Wait. Turns around.
What?
Keep going. Keep telling him your thing. Oswald's walking back up to the guy and bouncing while you're talking.
I thought on it, and I figure a friend of mine there would need it. Deliver this to the desk of Miss Frosthammer. She's the guildmaster there. And I hand him a sealed letter, basically, informing her that we're back in town, some of the shenanigans that happened, and I hope to see her later.
All right. He's looking
this
at you
is-
now, Oswald.
This is something that I know won't be too big. Can you go to he's gonna tell him the location of the noodle place and ask if he can bring a few orders of noodles.
Okay. He runs away. Since it is late, he returns sometime around midnight with your food.
Oswald passes it out.
Woo! Noodles.
Keanu's already curled up in his sleep.
I make
Offers
sure that,
noodles futilely to Lignus.
He'll eat them.
I make sure all the mounts are taken care of, including White Stag.
The stag has been weirdly, well behaved. Like, the drakes sometimes snap at it, and it just stares at them.
I didn't even
It knows
process
it could take
having-
them in a matter of seconds. It's not afraid.
God, I didn't even process the fact she brought him out. Oswald would definitely have been fucking trying to pet that thing. Oh god.
It's just an albino stag, man.
Doesn't matter. But yeah, he's gonna fucking draw that. I'm just gonna start rolling for sketches at the end of sessions.
Alright.
I keep forgetting in the middle
If there's
of them.
nothing else, you guys have a nice sleep, and sometime and the next day you pass it by waiting for any word, and around in the evening, Day finally shows up. She's in fancy wear. Her hair's all done up and has the dangle bits and shit, just like a normal dwarf, and she looks just fucking frustrated. She walks up to you, Wilk.
Looking at her, printing feathers.
You owe me everything.
I lean into her, and I tell her, I will get you anything you want for this.
You better.
Think on it, I mean it.
Alright. You'll see them tomorrow. Until then, they've been set up in the inn.
I'll nod, and I'll pass
That
on
also
these.
means he's seeing you tomorrow with all of the stamps.
Right. I think I have some of my shit back together, at least.
He wants to hear from you specifically, and will only talk to the elves if he likes what you say. I suggest rehearsing.
I'll do my best.
And then with that, she storms off, and the guards are letting you guys through.
Woo!
The little servant that's been lent to the elves will show them to the inn while you guys can go to the Adventurers Guild. Now we can move over to the fucking thing finally.
Once they're at the Adventurers Guild, Oswald's gonna turn to everyone and say, how bad of an idea do you think it would be to take them to the movies before we're done this?
I don't really know if there's really any that they could watch besides the romance, and I don't know.
If this ends well, we can offer them to enjoy the city, and we'll let them decide. We'll give them
Yeah, I know they
options.
definitely can't watch Dagger Ears or Caldera, because that's just... I mean, maybe Caldera doesn't have any elves directly dying, but it does have a giant lava turtle obliterating Elenthero.
You guys turn over your mounts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oswald begrudgingly puts his Eldrunga and Spider in the fucking thing, too, because they said no animals, right?
Well, there's a stables outside the Adventurers Guild if you guys want to set your shit up there instead.
Totally.
Oh, so okay. So basically you have your mount set over to the thing, because you still can't ride them through the city, but they'll send them
Yep.
over to the Adventurers Guild.
At least then I can take care of him better, including making sure Brutus is properly pampered.
And then you guys arrive to the Adventurers Guild, which is just as bustling as ever. Night shift rolling in. What do you guys want to do for the rest of the evening?
Aahana's gonna actually go to the bathhouse instead of the Adventurers Guild first.
Alright. Gonna take a bath?
Alright. Good, time for
Yeah.
us to discuss our plans with Aahana in a bath somewhere else again.
We all smell horrible, and we're about to go meet the king tomorrow.
She has a point.
I
Okay,
will
why don't
say
we
then,
all go to the
you
same
all
bathhouse then?
go take a nice bath, and then you head back to the Adventurers Guild. You all spend about, what, I think 2 silver? One silver for those of you that don't get pampered. And when you get back to the Adventurers Guild, you all sort of like go into one of the meeting rooms, and now you're gonna talk shop.
So, what are you gonna tell him?
When I approach, I'm guessing he's going to ask me what we're here to see him for. I'm going to tell him that we're here to talk about peace, opening the gates of the dwarves to the outside world, and lastly, the fate of the world as a whole.
But he's not gonna want peace if you don't tell him that you can fix the shortage.
That's the
Yeah,
point. I'm sure
That
he'll wonder
she
why we
lead-
would have peace.
Lead with that.
Yeah, we lead with that one. We should leave some information out for the moment, like how there's currently a corrupt noble hellbent on manipulating and destroying the entire world that may or may not have been a cause of many of his problems, that is currently, like, not Elmoroth, the city we're trying to get him to open trade with. Probably shouldn't mention that Silas is there.
Yeah, that's for the best. I don't think you don't need to tell him that to convince him. His main problems currently are the lack of resources. That has been solved because Day will be there with you, and then the elves are more than willing to call peace again, hopefully.
Yeah, I think the whole creators being attacked and world is doomed thing is like that's for a different meeting.
I would say
I don't know.
only bring that up if everything else we have isn't enough.
And what if he just says no, and he doesn't care?
You think we could get away with starting another revolution, Aahana?
All his people want it. We might be able to reach out to that, but this is
You
much
could probably
right
mention
now.
that, because you have all of the fucking things. In fact, didn't that Crystal one give you that scroll?
Yes.
If he's against the idea, Wilk, tell him, show him the commendations, tell him you got this from every single house because they want peace. They want this to be over with. They want the city open again. They don't want to sit here, stagnate, and fade away into nothing.
Does anyone know if the dwarves are all ruled by the king, or if there's a democracy thing that goes under him and also helps him make decisions? Do you know? Because I don't fucking know. Where's Day?
Hold on. Was Kit is she in the middle of her shift or?
Oh, her shift's over. You don't know. You haven't seen her, but there's also someone else behind the desk right now.
What was the name? What was the name she used as a dwarf? Was it Kit?
Frosthammer.
Is Kit Frosthammer? Is Kitiara Softpaw as a
Dwarf.
kindred as a kindred?
Yeah. So it's gonna run down and ask the guy at the front desk where Miss Frosthammer went.
As you start running through the bunk area, you see her on her bed, and she waves at you.
Kit, help!
What?
Please come help. We don't know anything about dwarven politics. Please.
Okay, she walks after you.
You walk into Aahana saying, "Why did you guys even go to those classes then?"
We learned elementary school level things. We learned how
There's
to
nothing
curtsy
about
and say
there's
hello.
a group of them. They vote on something. Sorry.
How does the king make all the decisions? That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, so you're learning it. You're trying to figure out about dwarven politics. I'm guessing
Yes.
you're almost got your contract done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
We got the
from
leaders of
what
the
I
elves here.
know, the last book I read about it, the king makes final decisions, sure, but he has to listen to it. The political leader of each of the main houses, and they all get their vote, and then the king can overrule it, but that is apparently cause for war.
So if every single leader were to say yes to peace and the king said no, he would just get shot or something?
He could. It really depends. But it is an open option then. It's basically time to overthrow the king and put a new one in sort of time. Usually. Last time this happened, at least. Also, you won't be there to just talk to the king. Every single one of the political leaders for each of the houses will be there as well. You'll be talking to all of them.
Now, is that just the 4 heads, male heads of the houses, or is that more
Yes.
people?
It's the 4 male heads of the Baron houses.
Okay.
The top of the chain.
The Dukes.
Now, I'm pretty sure the Firebeards, the crystal, the crystal ones, and the frost ones. Sorry, I don't remember their names exactly right now. I'm pretty sure they were all at least pro peace, not necessarily pro open the gate.
I mean, if you have the stamp, then yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
to be
don't-
honest, the rock ones, what are they calling it?
Boulderstone.
Yeah, I didn't really get to deal with them a lot or meet
The
them very
stone-blooded.
much. Yeah.
The stone-blooded, the general vibe they give off doesn't seem to be one of, yeah, it's got like, the Firebeards want peace. If the Firebeards want peace, then that's...
Well, the Firebeard male of the household wants peace.
Yeah.
Not his wife.
Now, that does raise the question, since Day is currently acting patriarch and matriarch, would she be on equal standing with them, or is she not considered because she's a deep
She
dwarf?
is on. She would also. Oh yeah, I forgot they were there. She would also be a representative of the deep dwarves, and her vote counts just as well.
Okay, so we
Normally
know...
it'd be a man, but apparently she brought herself in.
Yeah, her father's currently in charge of the deep dwarves because her mother can't be.
Typical
Yep.
deep dwarf bullshit.
Yeah, we sat there watching her shoot politicians for like 15 minutes.
It was great.
Alright.
So at least we know, even if suddenly 2 of the dukes want war, there won't be a tie unless there won't be a tie. We'd have to be outvoted, so we need at least 3 of
True
them
enough.
to say no.
This will be probably the first time in dwarven history that the fucking deep dwarves could break any sort of ties. You know, ties can take months to resolve. Literally.
Gridlock.
Everything we have done in the past month is things I expected to take months to happen, and they just kept happening in like 2 days. We went to the elves
Is
and
that a
said,
bad
hey,
thing?
we should start maybe thinking about peace. They went, okay, and walked the tree over here in a day.
I don't know much about elves, I apologize.
Oswald's hyperventilating.
They seem to be quite eager for peace, though, if they sent their leaders.
Aahana's guiding him through breathing techniques.
Well, good luck, I guess, tomorrow?
We're gonna need it.
I'm
Oswald
ready
feels
for it.
like a guy that put in an application a week ago and is now vice president of a company. He's like, what the fuck is happening?
If that's all, she starts to back out.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good luck. Door closes.
I just love that from her angle. Muffled shouting, door slam, get out!
So, in the end, Wilk, you're not even actually talking really to the king. You're going to be explaining to all 4 of the dukes, because Day is already on board, hopefully, unless there's like some weird twist ending. This isn't a crappy movie, though. That we have the means with the deep dwarves to fix their supply issues. We have Emeroth to open a supply chain with, and we have the elves who want peace. And there's no reason to turn any of that down.
It's all beneficial to them, if anything.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
you-
honestly, I can't think of a negative for them in this scenario yet. The elves might have, like, some things they won't like in the negotiations, but still.
The only thing I can think of is, what's that term? The sinking cost? What's that cost? The...
Sunk
Anyone
cost
know-
fallacy?
That! Yes. They might think they've already gone too far in this war to stop now, and that they need to finish it or something. I don't know what their plan is, because sure, the elves are kind of dying out, but so are they.
I always found that kind of funny. It's the empires of this entire continent that I've seen struggling the most, but they're also the biggest threat to any world-ending plans. And yet the orcs, the kindred villages, they're all just doing their thing.
I mean, we have very much seen many orc and kindred many kindred villages in trouble. Like that is
Exactly.
not, they're not all completely without any sort of problems.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying they're not, I'm saying... Imagine if the kindred villages all banded together as one.
I mean, they kind of are. They just don't have a combined goal. They're just all a big community.
I think you're missing the point, but it's not worth going.
Probably. I'm not getting enough oxygen in my brain.
So I'm guessing your guys are heading to bed soon?
Yeah.
Yep.
What are you doing to prepare for tomorrow, honey? Because you're gonna have to go alone.
Oh god.
Thinking about what everybody's helped him with, and thinking about, yeah, it's gonna be economically beneficial with them no matter how they swing this.
Indeed. So, you all take sleep, some more restfully than others. I'm sure Wilk is nervous as fuck, so he has trouble, but he does his best. The next morning dawns, the day is there, day is waiting for you downstairs. What do you do?
I get dressed and I go down to join her.
What do the rest of you do?
Aahana's going to offer to cast Calm Emotions on him.
Sure.
1 second. Oh, she has to remain in 60 feet of you. Never mind.
It'll still work somewhat.
Any words of encouragement from everyone?
Try not to fuck this up and get us all killed.
Puts hands on his
Smack with a
shoulders.
spoon.
Wilk, you've got this.
I'll do my best.
Just remember not to doubt yourself, and, well, if riding into the Dwarven City on the back of Aelin and camping with the leaders of the elves didn't tell you anything, you're kind of important, so
Don't remind me.
act like it, I guess. I don't know. You'll do great. I'm sure of it.
Well, let's go, Susie. This is gonna suck.
Damn right it is. You head downstairs, day's waiting for you, and you two head off to the Seat of Doom, which we will get to next time.
Woo!
Congratulations, everyone. Next time is if you're leaving the Dwarven City finally for sure, for forever or not, or if there's war, or if there's peace.
I don't want to go back to the deep roads because I got gypped out of not being able to.
A lot of things get decided next time.
I'm
on
hoping
Legends
for
of
war.
Narthuza.
I will come to.
I already
Britain
have a
smack you.
name for this episode.
Well, yeah, what's the name?
Leave me alone.
I like that one.
Sure.
Or better yet, the root of the problem.
Both of those hurt equally.
Good. Good as they should. Anyway.
I don't care. I just want the title for when we fight the king to be like the real monster is politics.
I agree.
Alright, you guys successfully escorted Aelin to the Dwarven City. You all gain 500 XP.
Woo!
Dwarves aren't worth a lot of XP these days. They're a low
It's
level.
not that. It's more along the lines of he doesn't really need your help that much, but you helped. It's pity experience. Leave me alone.
I'll take it. We need
Wow. How much XP?
500.
500.
500, gotcha. Time to get a calculator because I'm still terrible at math.
Alright. So I guess this episode is called Leave Me Alone, unless anybody else says.
I don't have any other names.
I'm good with that.
I do want to know, and it's okay if I didn't, from all of the interaction and like telling stories to her, did I get an infusion from the stag lady?
Sure.
Okay, I'll roll.
You should more likely ask, did I get an infusion from Aelin?
No, I didn't. God damn it!
By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I've changed around the elves. I haven't done it on paper yet, but I have decided that I'm going to kind of merge them with the shifter race from D&D. So they're actually able to take on full-on animal forms. It set them apart from the kindred as a whole.
Alrighty. That makes
I
sense.
hope that is interesting and fun, at least.
That I kill a rabbit, I roll a 9. I spend time with the leader of the elves, Twee.
Alright. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'll see you next week, hopefully.
Big Daddy Doggy Elf.
Wow.
I'm also gonna roll for Lufa. 3 again!
Oh no, Lufa. Alright, that, I will cut the stream.